So, good morning everyone and welcome to the August meeting of the BCP Planning Committee. Before we go any further, could I ask if the Democratic Services Officer, if we have any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. Just before I do apologies, if I could just read the housekeeping notice. So please note this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. It may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although discretion in this matter lies with the Chair. For those in the room, please note if the fire alarm sounds, we're not expecting a test, so please exit the building by way of available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point along Bradley Road under the flyover. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on your laptops. Item 1, apologies. We have confirmed apologies from Councillor Matthew Gillette. Councillor John Challoner is unable to attend for the first item but may attend for subsequent items. Item 2, substitute members. Councillor Tony Trent was due to substitute for Councillor Gillette but is unable to be here.
Thank you. So before we start, we'll introduce ourselves. My name is Marion Lepedvin. I'm Chair of Planning Committee and chairing this meeting. And I'll hand on to my councillor colleagues first of all, and then we'll talk about introduce the officers as well.
Morning, Paul Hilliard, Muddyford, Stampit and West Highcliffe Council.
Morning, Peter Sidaway, representing Broadstone.
Good morning, Gillian Martin, representing Boscombe West.
Good morning, Felicity Rice, representing Oakdale.
Good morning, it's Cameron Adams, representing Kinston.
Good morning, Jo Clements, representing Penhill Ward.
Morning, Michael Tarling, Christchurch Town.
Good morning, Kate Summan, representing Moordown.
Good morning, Brian Hitchcock, Hamworthy.
Good morning, Sharon Carr-Brown, representing Queen's Park.
Good morning, David Flagg, representing Burton Grange Ward. And just for the purposes of the record, the BCP site visit rules preclude me from the item 6A, but I'm happy to sit and listen to the debate, Chairman.
Shall we put it on record that it was a failure of the train services that let you down?
Absolutely.
So the spirit was willing, but the trains were in the way, or not in the way. And then we've got some officers with us, and since some of them are new to BCP, could I ask them to introduce themselves, new and old?
Thank you. Thank you. My name's Jean Brunning, and I'm the new interim head of planning. I've replaced Alex Krusiak.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gareth Ball. I'm the senior planning officer at BCP, and I'm the case officer for agenda item 6A.
Morning, Chair. David Hodges, Interim Development Management Manager.
So thank you. First item, are there any declarations of interest? I know none have been received, but if you think of anything, okay, I'll take that as none. Now, item 4, confirmation of minutes of the last meeting on July the 20th. Is everybody happy that the meetings are an accurate record of the deliberations and decisions on that day?
Agreed.
Thank you. So public issues, the form that takes, as you probably know by now, after the officer presentations on each item, then we will hear public speakers, if any have registered to speak, followed by ward councillors and then and other councillors. So we move on to the schedule of planning applications. The first one is 6A, the Thistle Hotel. And I hand over to the case officer, Mr. Ball.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you've just said, the first planning item on the agenda is the Thistle Hotel redevelopment. If I could just thank members for their attendance on the site visit yesterday, where we went through some of the important items on the site and the various viewpoints in the area. Members will have seen an addendum published to the committee report yesterday, just to raise a few items which were included in that addendum. There have been 5 additional public representations since the committee report was originally published. These all object to the proposal. 4 of them persons. No new matters were raised, so the list you have in the committee report is complete. There were changes to renewable energy conditions and also a servicing condition to amalgamate the first one, and then there was a duplicate on the latter condition. There's no substantial change in terms of planning considerations on this. A couple of changes to planning obligations. There's a travel vouchers planning obligation for sustainable travel vouchers. Highways have confirmed essentially how it was written in the report had a financial figure in it, and they've advised that seeing as costs can change, we can't guarantee that's the figure. So that now becomes an obligation with a financial figure to be agreed. A phosphates mitigation obligation has been added following a late representation from Natural England, an informative on highways works, and then a slight change to the recommendation, which are essentially no change to the materiality of the recommendation, but slight changes for clarity that I'll go through later. There's a slight delay on that. I'm with you. I guess I'm going to have to. Sorry about that. I'm going to have to do it from this one, I assume. So that wasn't showing. Excellent. So that's just the changes to the addendum. Onto the application. So the site is in there we are, is in Poole, down on the quay. It's in the Poole Town Ward. You can see it there circled in red. The location plan shown here in red again. And existing on site, you have a 70-bedroom hotel. There's a parking area which is a private parking owned by the hotel, but is rented out for the public to use at present. The site on the whole was considered a negative contributor to the conservation area, but in the previous appeal. It is an allocated site for 180 residential units and a hotel. If we take a look at the site, you can see it there. It's a hectare site. It's designated, as I said, as a tourism zone. It's on the quay, which is a designated sustainable transport corridor. And as I just mentioned, it's an allocated site within the Poole local plan. In terms of the surroundings of the site, you'll see just to the left of this image, ringed in yellow, is Dolphin Quays, a large, fairly modern development to the west. To the north of the site, you have East Quay Road, and then also ringed in yellow is 7-31 East Quay Road, a block of flats which is mentioned several times in the committee report. Perry Gardens to the northeast, then it fronts onto Ballard Road on the Cherbourg roundabout to the east, and then Stanley Road you see is that road there, just bridging off to the east, and then obviously down the bottom you see it fronts onto the quay, which is then onto the marina. As I just mentioned, there is an appeal on the site. There was an application submitted in 2021, and this it was refused at committee on 4 reasons for refusal. So the first one was heritage and townscape impact. The second was long-term harm to trees in the north of the site. The third reason for refusal was a failure to provide affordable housing. And the fourth was on mitigation measures. So it was planning obligations that would have been secured should the application be acceptable in all regards. So not essentially a reason for refusal in itself, which is why I sort of put it in brackets. The application went to appeal, and it was upheld on the heritage and townscape impact. And then the tree reason for refusal was changed somewhat. The inspector did not consider there to be any harm to the long-term health of the tree group to the north of the site, which the council had said. However, he did consider the application to block views of the trees and essentially have an unacceptable impact on the amenity provided by those trees. And obviously the mitigation measures condition was also included there. And then just to note in terms of this appeal, because there are a few questions that came through on site, which I said I'd address today. This current application has essentially been submitted in response to that appeal to overcome those 2 reasons for refusal at appeal. Obviously, this application must be considered on its own merits, but that appeal decision is a material consideration, which we must give significant weight, and it does, in certain respects, set the ground for what's up for consideration at present, because you must remember, preceding that appeal decision, there was a council decision. So For example, if there's a situation where there hasn't been any new policy, there's been no change on site, no change to any of the material considerations, and our previous decision and then the subsequent appeal decision found something acceptable, we may be in a bad situation at appeal if we were then to essentially rein back on that when there's without any reasoning or any new information or something to essentially allow us to put in a new reason for refusal, and also could open us up to costs at appeal. But I think throughout the report, I know there's quite a lot of nuanced considerations going on. And when it gets to questions, ask me on any particular detail and I can give a sort of officer's view on how to weigh everything up. Yeah, and then obviously as well, the inspector at the appeal afforded certain levels of weight to certain things, which I've included in the committee report. And I think we've taken the same level of weight for everything, because our officer essentially didn't have any reason to amend any of the weight that he attributed to the various aspects. Sorry, so on to the proposal. So it's a full application, seeking the demolition of all buildings on the hotel building on the site and various other smaller buildings, and then redevelopment with a mixed-use development, which will be formed of five blocks. You can see there are 4 residential blocks and 1 hotel block. So the 4 residential blocks are these 2. Yeah, the mouse is somewhat visible. I thought making it blue would be more visible, but the residential blocks are these 2 yellow brick blocks at the front, and then there's a red block through to the side. You can see just below the mouse there. And then there's a block to the rear there. And then this red brick block here is the hotel block. In terms of comparisons to the appeal scheme, there have been a few changes. So the existing site has no residential units. The appeal proposed 228. This application has lowered the massing and brings it down to 179. There has, however, been an increase in hotel beds from 118 in the appeal scheme to 146. So this application over doubles the amount of existing hotel beds on the site. Commercial space, so we'll see later the appeal scheme. There was originally this block under the mouse just there, the red block on the side, originally extended all the way to the front of the site. That's been pushed further back for multiple reasons. So that prohibits the scheme from bringing forward 3 commercial units on those ground floor frontages on the quay. So this one has 2, but they're larger units, so the amount of commercial space you'll see at the bottom of that table is retained. It will be a phased demolition. Essentially, there'd be a phased development. The first phase would be demolition. Then there would be a second phase establishing the basements and the plinth level, and then the third phase would be all sort of true above ground development. So the buildings themselves, landscaping, and any other matters like that. In terms of the roofscape, has been sort of widely discussed within the committee report. The sort of rationale of the developer, as they put in their submitted design and access statement and various other documents, is looking at the historic buildings on the west of the quay. You can see multiple buildings there up to about 5 stories in height, and quite a few. You'll see at the top of that red line, they've kind of taken the front building line on the quay there. You'll see quite a lot of dual pitched roofs. There's also over to the east here below that tall building, a few other taller buildings just behind that front building line, also with those pitched roofs. If I just go back a slide quickly, you'll see that's been taken through in this design with the pitched roofs on the frontage. Also a few comments various times in the application about failure to reflect some of the historic elements on the site. The inspector did agree with this with the appeal scheme, which we'll get onto, had a very different design. But again, that sort of frontage element was in quite a few of the aspects on the site. And again, that's the sort of developer rationale that's they sort of included bringing this forward and trying to address the issues with the appeal scheme. Again, just comparing to the appeal scheme, as I say, because it has sort of set certain elements in motion here. This one, I can come back to this later if needed. It's quite a handy slide, this. But the red blocks are the proposed blocks under the current scheme, and those dashed blocks are the appeal scheme. So going through one by one, you'll see block A over to the left here, originally came right to the front of the site. That's been pushed back to half of its size to allow for landscaping in there. And also with the appeal scheme, the council, neither the council nor the inspector refused it based on the impact on residential amenity, but it was noted that there was some residential amenity on some of these flats and dolphin quays to the west. So they've pushed that back to address that. Block D at the back, you'll see that line. Again, one of the big elements of the appeal was the impact on those trees and blocking views of the trees. So Block D has been brought in significantly from the east. It no longer wraps around to cover that group of trees from the west, and has been pushed further back into the site to give the trees some space. Blocks B and C have had to be pulled in terms of length to allow sufficient outlook and privacy on the facing boundary of Block D. And then they've been able to be pushed over further into the site to give more space in between windows and let the hotel be pulled across as well, due to Block A being pushed back. Yep, the hotel, fairly similar footprint. It's been pushed further back into the site, extended slightly towards the east. And as I say, because these two blocks came across, some of the massing has been able to be shared across here, which has enabled some of the massing in terms of height to be reduced. I'll go into that in a bit more detail in a bit. There were questions yesterday about the site access. So at the moment, there are, if need be, I can go back to the existing plan later, but at the moment, it's not a very accessible site, as we witnessed on the site visit yesterday. So the applicant is looking to open up this access from the northwest onto East Quay Road. That sort of looped path you see there is level access. And then the reasoning as well for some of these zigzag paths down at the bottom, again, is to allow level access to wheelchairs. So the site will have public access, which will be secured through a planning obligation that we've recommended. Public access secured in perpetuity from sort of northwest to southwest, northeast to southeast, and then through the site. So you'll be able to get from any of these points that the arrows mentioned there. In terms of the landscaping and public realm, this is something the inspector gave significant weight to at appeal and considered the improvements to be a great public benefit of the scheme. The officers consider this application to go even further. There's 206 new trees on site. It will be a very high quality scheme, a lot of details to be secured by condition, and already quite a few changes to be made in discussion with our biodiversity officers and various national consultee comments. Sorry, I've overshot my notes by a certain amount there. So that's enough for that slide. There we are. Okay, yeah. So just to go back onto that last point of trees, I thought I'd put that on the previous slide. As I say, it was agreed that this at appeal, or it was established at appeal, that this building line you see in the top here, which is the appeal scheme building line, didn't have a harmful impact on that tree group. And it's important to note, I mean, they're not trees subject to a tree preservation area. However, just the nature, as I put in the report, of them being within the conservation area, they are essentially protected under section 211. So the appeal established that that building line doesn't have a harmful impact on trees. However, it was considered by the inspector, and there was a reason for refusal in that regard, as I mentioned, that it took away some of their visual amenity value through blocking them off. So the top image here is the appeal scheme, and I've tried to sort of highlight block D, the rear block, in red, and the bottom is the current scheme. And you can see it's been moved about 6-ish meters further south. And then also the site is far better opened up in the northwest and northeast here, and then this pushing that sort of building block back has allowed for an area of green space. I'm just trying to circle with a mouse there, which can be enjoyed by the public. So it really allows people to appreciate those trees. We have, however, in our decision concluded that there would be an impact on the visibility of the trees. So we have noted it as a disbenefit of the scheme. However, we do not consider it at a level to refuse the scheme. And it was noted in the inspector's appeal that anything coming forward on this site is likely to have an impact. And members would have seen from the site visit yesterday that essentially the inspector went into the amenity value of these trees when viewed from the quay. However, even if you're going to have sort of even single story, maybe 2-story development along that quay frontage, it's going to block out the majority of views of those trees. So we've taken the view that it shouldn't be refused on that. The applicant has done everything they can to open that up to the rear of the site, and we think that's sufficient to overcome that previous reason for refusal. The public realm, I think I mentioned this briefly, it's a high quality public realm. There'll be a whole set of improvements. There's a few other changes made to the scheme, including this canopy at the front, which was done in response to Historic England comments. and allows for sort of spill out of those flexible commercial units into those areas, whether they be restaurants or whichever of the various uses they're taken up as, to really enliven the public realm. One question that has been put to me in email previously was about some comments from Dorset Police, just in terms of the safety of these access routes and the zigzag paths. Dorset Police raised that sometimes zigzag paths can obviously have create sort of areas where persons may be able to hide, but we've addressed that, and we've got a condition securing that, which will ensure that only sort of shorter plants, short grasses, etc., are used on those landscaped areas into the zigzag paths, so you'll be able to retain sight lines across there. So yeah, we've essentially considered that address in that regard, and Dorset Police have withdrawn their objection subject to the conditions securing that. A quick comparison as well of the current proposal versus the appeal scheme from a wide shot. Again, as I mentioned, all these blocks have been pushed further to the west. The appeal scheme was refused in part due to the design. The applicant has tried to regularise the design somewhat, take away some of those more sort of outstanding elements. You can see like with the sort of very modern fenestration element, and then this sort of dual slanted roof building here was received very badly at appeal. The hotel, again, one of the key aspects on this site, and we discussed it when we discussed the views on it yesterday on site, were this transition down to these 2, 3, and some 4-storey buildings to the east of the scheme. The previous hotel had a very sharply pitched roof up to sort of 5 stories there. What the applicant has done is they've brought the hotel more into the site, extended it northwards, and that's enabled them to reduce the height, particularly on these elements of the building that are nearest to those houses. The design of the building also has been brought into something more comparable to what's on the quay. Something that was changed during the course of the development was Historic England requested or recommended a red brick finish to that hotel. So on some of these images you may see yellow brick, but that has been changed to red brick. And then I've just drawn a little ring around there just to mention that obviously the red brick can look quite harsh on CGIs, but you can see a few buildings in the background there that are red brick, and obviously if it were to be actually built and then obviously subject to weathering as well, it'd be a much more muted colour there. The amended hotel as well, as I said just then, that is one of the key elements that's been brought down. So at the top there you see the appeal hotel. At the bottom you can see the current one with a red mesh on it showing the appeal scheme. So it really shows how much that element has been brought down as you approach those buildings. Quickly run through some more of the scheme. So just to give members an idea, I'll do it quickly, and if you have any questions on location or anything, we can come back. But there you have the hotel at ground floor with lobby, restaurant, and some rooms. At the back, you have this block D next to the trees, and then block A at the top left of this image, which are residential at ground floor. And then at the front, you have those 2 yellow brick blocks, which have cycle parking in their waste storage, and then those large white areas at the front just under the cursor are the commercial units, and we try to keep them as viable as possible. So they're secured to be a whole host of uses which we consider to be the appropriate uses for the site to sort of maintain active frontage and promote vibrancy to the quay. Happy to go through that if there are any questions. Just to add a few things, so the 2 red triangles I've just added there are 2 servicing points that the site access through the northeast of the scheme we walked through yesterday. So essentially the car park we stood on yesterday would be this sort of chunk of the scheme up here above those 2 red elements. So the site access would be maintained as existing, but cars or vehicles would drive through, and then loading can be done from those 2 bays. There you go, there's 2 blue spots just there on the commercial units I just mentioned. And then also Transport have noted that since we're closing up the existing access to the site of the quay, or the existing vehicle access I should say, there's space for a loading bay, which we've recommended a planning obligation to secure, which would be located approximately in the area of that red and yellow rectangle to be discussed with highways. At first floor, you can see essentially the same layout, the blocks go up, but you can see obviously these 2 front blocks then also become residential units, and the hotel there is 100% hotel rooms. If we go to the basement, there are two basement areas. So just to the right here, under the cursor, is a basement within the hotel, which houses the hotel plant, waste storage, etc. This larger basement here is beneath the residential, but houses the hotel car parking. So this curved access ramp basically gives access down to all the parking, and then on the edges of this you see the additional cycle parking storage, and then there are, as you see, 5 lift cores for the residential units to access, or for anyone to access if they park and want to go to the hotel. And there's also a bike lift just here within the centre of that site. Heritage assets, so the site's just ringed there in green. I won't go through this because we went through. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, there's a delay. I'll click ahead. Yeah, the site's ringed in green. This is just if members want to go back to this slide essentially. But the conservation area, you can see there, is ringed in red with those lighter elements being within the conservation area. So you can see it essentially terminates just there at the south of Beta Gardens. The site is largely located within it, but slightly outside. In this blue ring down here is that locally listed lifeboat station we walked through, which was in that red brick. And then there is, of course, also the anchor I pointed out on site yesterday, which isn't on this plan, but it's approximately there where the mouse is moving. These are the viewpoints which were established at Peel. And we visited multiple on site yesterday. I won't go through the viewpoints because members had a printout of viewpoints yesterday and we went through looking at them, but I do have the slides if you want to bring one up. On site, I mentioned there is a locally listed World War II pillbox just within this vacant area to the rear of that building. We sadly couldn't get there to get a good look at it, but if you sort of note the location of where it is there, the applicant has provided a few photos from a previous survey. So you can see it's somewhat ground level and essentially is sort of dug into the ground, that concrete structure. So that is locally listed, and that is where it would sit within the appeal, just within the sort of frontage of the hotel site. Sorry, not within the appeal, within the proposal, within the frontage of the hotel site, and was noted at appeal. And we have noted again that there is a heritage benefit of this application because it far improves the visibility of that pillbox. That's the anchor as discussed, again, locally listed. Given the nature of this heritage asset, we consider it would be possible to relocate it on site without causing any harm to the asset. This is something we haven't secured, but members feel free if they did want to add an informative to a preferred location, but the applicant has done a bit of a study of potential locations for that anchor. So the red dot there is the existing location, and it could be moved either to the blue spots, which are within the frontage and visible from the quay on site, or there are a few off-site locations we could secure through a Section 106 agreement. Again, within the quay, very visible, and we'd ensure it had a very good finish to the flooring and materials. Another quick clarification. When we were on site yesterday, I know there were some queries about this particular view and whether that large block in the background, sorry, below the red line, and whether it should be visible and whether it should be in this element, this sort of area just to the right of the scheme shown there. But yeah, so I've lined them up here, bearing in mind there is that new 3-storey building to the right of these images, which isn't captured, which was recently constructed and has been captured in these images. So that's the view we were looking at, and you can see there that building does just fall within the silhouette of the proposed hotel. Heritage summary, just taking this from the report. We have agreed the same levels of heritage harm or the same categories as the inspector. However, as you've seen through some of those slides, the massing of the appeal and also the design of it have been very significantly changed and improved. So the planning inspector found a low to mid level of less than substantial harm at appeal. We have found that the same level of low to mid less than substantial harm to the town centre heritage conservation area. However, as I tried to explain to members yesterday, that's not to say it hasn't reduced. Essentially, measuring heritage harm, you have substantial harm, which is national policy advises a very high bar to pass. And below that, you have either less than substantial harm or no harm. So what that leaves is a very wide range for less than substantial harm to fall in. And there's a sort of accepted scale of it being high, mid, low, sometimes negligible. So what we're saying here is it's not that the level of harm hasn't been reduced, it's just that it hasn't quite been reduced to the stage where it would be at a low level of less than substantial harm. However, it has significantly come down. The Lifeboat Museum, again, a low level of harm, which was the same level of harm identified in the appeal scheme, but again, we consider that to have come down very significantly. And then the World War II pillbox and the Weybridge we viewed on site, which isn't locally listed, but we're considering a non-designated heritage asset. Positive impact on those due to improving the setting, and then no harm to that anchor, which can be re-provided on site. And then in officers, sort of, I know there's been there are a few questions about weighing the appeals I mentioned earlier, and also a lot of reference to the appeal in the report. So essentially, as I said, the applications come back to address those previous concerns. And why we're looking at a lot of it in comparison is because the inspector concluded in his balancing of the heritage harm, just at the bottom in italics, the inspector noted, although finely balanced, I consider that the public benefits would not be sufficient to outweigh the considerable weight which the heritage harm has to attract. So did refuse the scheme, or did consider there to be heritage harm, and that was the first refusal for the scheme. However, the inspector did note that it was finely balanced. So how we're weighing this up is we're looking at that appeal scheme, we're looking at what we've provided that scheme in terms of the heritage harm, and then, as we'll get onto in a second, the public benefits of that scheme. And then we're saying, okay, so the appeal was finely balanced, it was a refusal, but was finely balanced. Now we have something that officers are saying is considerably better in terms of the design and the impact on heritage, and also has a better set of heritage, a better heritage impact and impact on townscape design, which is why we are considering that heritage impact to essentially have been flipped from finely balanced to the negative to a positive, and are making that recommendation. Again, any questions on small things, feel free to ask. I've got a few more slides in here. I'll be quick through these, but it's a few things that were raised on the site visit, or I've just had emails with some queries. So waste management, the scheme provides in excess of requirements for the residential, and then the hotel will have a bespoke collection with multiple collections per week. You can see there at ground floor where the collection will be at residential, and the hotel storage was in that basement we saw earlier. Just a quick image showing where the path that the refuse van would take to essentially collect from those waste storage rooms. And also, if I flick back, also that would also be subject to waste management plans for both the residential element and the commercial element, ensuring that it's all maintained in accordance with what they're providing, and there's no backlog of waste or pile up. Another thing that's been mentioned is car parking. So there is a loss of the existing car park on site. It's important to note I did put an existing image of the site within the committee report, which had this label as a public car park. And just to clarify, while it is a public car park in terms of it's being let to the public, it's not a council-owned car park. And this is obviously the hotel letting this out for their profit. And essentially, the hotel could stop letting out at any point if they chose to wish to. So there have been a lot of comments about losing the existing parking. It is something that could essentially be stopped at any point by the landowner. We do have, I believe, a member from BCP Highways on the call if there are any questions on that. But I thought it would also be worth noting there's, I mean, the highways haven't objected, they're in support of the scheme, and also they've noted as well that there is substantial parking within the nearby area. So I've just tried to mark everything up there. So you've obviously got the 13 disabled bays in the bottom right, just next to the application site. And then the sort of key ones are those public car parks you have, which is the key visitors car park, just sort of in the centre here, 539 spaces, 16 of which are disabled. And then just in the sort of top left of this, you've got the High Street Shops car park, 335 spaces for disabled. And those are a 2- and 6-minute walk from the site. So there is a lot of parking near to that site and near to the tourist elements of the quay. So we do not consider even if it was preventable, the loss of that car parking on site to unacceptably impact the nearby parking. A few more I've added just after yesterday. Renewable energy. So as you know, we're bound by our policy and the pool local plan policy PP35. In terms of renewable energy, I had a question yesterday. This application is for 11 or more homes or over 1,000 square meters of commercial floor space. It triggers that. So we require a 20% of all future energy generation to be provided by renewable energy sources. So then just below, I've taken some cuts from the submitted energy statement, and you'll see that this figure I'm trying to circle there is the key one in relation to the pool policy. So there's a 53.8% reduction from renewables, which is obviously significantly in excess of the 20% secured by policy. And again, is significantly in excess of the 31%, which was considered acceptable at appeal. And in terms of biodiversity net gain, actually, if I go across one more, this might be a better way of doing it. So a biodiversity net gain assessment was conducted on the site. Here you can see the values that were given to all the land on the existing site. If I backtrack, you can see there that essentially there is obviously the Environment Act. There's a requirement for a 10% biodiversity net gain on sites, and this current scheme. I think there's those two. Sorry, those two paragraphs are the same, but this scheme provides a 92.84% increase in terms of habitats, and also there's a 100% increase in hedgerow and a significant net increase of trees being planted on site and greening of the site, which obviously has that existing car park. So it's considered by us to be exemplary in terms of its biodiversity. There's also conditions to ensure that construction takes place outside of bird breeding season if required, and also conditions to secure appropriate removal of plants, with obviously a nod to Japanese knotweed, and also a very recent bat roost survey was undertaken, finding no nesting, but obviously we've secured it so that if there is nesting to be found on site, obviously construction will have to stop, and appropriate national policy in terms of addressing that complied with. Last few just to wrap up. So the recommended obligations I won't go through because they're in the committee report, but just to note the changes, the red box there, I've taken out obviously the reference to that financial contribution. So this now would just be provision of sustainable travel vouchers to be provided by the applicant at the cost of the time when they're provided, which might be more than this given prices for public transport often increase. And then also that phosphates mitigation contribution, which at the moment we're not able to calculate, but we're asking for members to delegate power to officers to negotiate that sum with Natural England, and as policy on that comes out in the coming weeks or maybe several months. In terms of improvements, so the previous scheme was over the site quantum allocation. This scheme comes under 179 under 180 units. Improved hotel, it doubles the size of the hotel in the existing site, and there's 20, 30 more bedrooms in the appeal scheme. There's less townscape harm, there's less heritage harm with this current application. A reduced impact on residential amenity through that block on the left of the scheme you've seen on the west or on the left of these drawings that has been pushed back, and also that block at the rear that's been pulled in. Improved transport and energy sustainability. So this is far more sustainable in terms of transport, and then you've seen obviously the improved renewable energy aspects. Improved public realm, tree planting and biodiversity. We now have the public art on the pump house, which I pointed out on site, and then that improved impact on the mature tree group, which is obviously very important with it being the second reason for refusal. So the way officers have balanced this, essentially, as BCP or as pool, we still use the legacy authorities when calculating housing land supply. As pool is not able to provide a 5-year, or was not able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply at current, it does kick in the presumption in favour of sustainable development within national policy, and essentially this is telling us that our key policies are out of date, which means there is a presumption in favour of development in certain situations. So if you go to part I of this policy, I've just sort of put the cursor next to there, the NPPF, oh, the cursor disappeared. There you go. So the NPPF in footnote 7, which is referred to in this sub paragraph, it mentions certain aspects which, if they are triggered, basically takes away this presumption in favour of sustainable development. So it's sort of flood risk, heritage harm. There's a few other things in there. Our recommendation is that it's acceptable in all these regards. While we've identified heritage harm, the NPPF, obviously the national document this is from, doesn't dictate that heritage harm leads to refusal. If there is heritage harm, we then have to balance it in accordance with several paragraphs which I've referred to in the committee report. And then if we find that the public benefits of the scheme outweigh that heritage harm, as I've just gone through, then it is in effect in compliance with those paragraphs. So we're saying it is there's no element within the NPPF which would sort of disengage the presumption in favour of sustainable development. So then we go to sort of subparagraph 2 there, where I've explained that out of order, but essentially explained it. So we'd only be refusing it if the impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So it essentially gives more weight towards an approval, and instead of sort of being a final and balanced decision, it would need to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the application, which is new housing, which is obviously key when we don't have a demonstrable 5-year housing land supply. So the public benefits I've just got on the left there. Aware this has gone long, so might not go through them, but happy to go back if members want to discuss the weighing up. But essentially we've got, in accordance with NPPF and also National Planning Policy Guidance recommendations, we've got social, economic and environmental benefits there. These are essentially the same as what I've listed in the committee report, but I've just sort of abbreviated them to get them on a slide. So these are the benefits, you know, housing, commercial offer, public realm, hotel. The improved commercial elements obviously have a twofold, because we have an improved commercial offer, but then also the commercial element will bring more people to the quay and really improve that as an area and bring vitality to that sort of commercial frontage down there. Job creation. There will be new residential units which will support the town centre and the quay. And then sustainable design, the heritage assets, and you know, some of the other elements of sustainability and biodiversity I've mentioned there. So what we have to do in the planning balance, what I took everyone through earlier in terms of the heritage balance, maybe 5-10 minutes ago, that we've considered it to be weighed in favour of the scheme. We then need to take that and then reweigh everything under the planning balance. So this is taking, again, the public benefits and the benefits of the scheme and weighing it against the heritage harm, but also any other disbenefits of the scheme. So on the right here, we have the sort of negative items weighing against the scheme. So we've got heritage harm, which we've discussed there, and essentially we're weighing the benefits against that, but then also adding in the impact on the townscape. And as noted by the inspector, and you know, throughout planning, there is a lot of overlap within the design elements and the heritage elements, but they are separate matters. But you know, quite often the same elements will be a factor in both. So that is one of the other disbenefits of the scheme, and also the impact on that tree group to the north of the site, which, as I mentioned, is significantly improved, but we still noted that there is an impact there. I should also mention that I noticed yesterday when going through this, there is another error in the committee report where, when I've listed the disbenefits, I've not mentioned the tree group, and I'm not sure how it's happened, but I've mentioned in there that there would be an unacceptable standard of accommodation for the proposed units. That shouldn't be in there. We consider them to be high quality units providing a very good standard of accommodation, but what should be in there is that mention of the impact on the tree group. So if in consideration today, members essentially make that change, and I can go through the paragraph number if you want the reference in the report. So thank you very much for listening, and that's basically where we've weighed in favour of the scheme. We consider those substantial public benefits to outweigh the harm and the other disbenefits. It's a scheme which is going to improve the vibrancy of obviously one of the absolute key areas in Poole. We've had a lot of regard to that appeal decision and to them finally balancing the heritage aspect, and therefore request members to grant permission and that's to the conditions in this report, obviously with power delegated to finalise those. But then also I should mention to the Section 106 agreement and the obligations therein, and power to delegate delegated to amend those if required. But there's that bit there in red which I referred to at the very start of this presentation, which is just a small error that we corrected in the addendum, which is it was previously worded saying securing the terms below, and just during the way I've set the report out, they were further up in the report. So I've just reworded that just for pure clarity. The planning obligations that we're suggesting be secured are those in paragraph 27.14 and as amended by the addendum, which made 2 changes. Thank you very much. That is the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ball. So now we move on to the public representations, objectors, the applicants and supporters, and the ward councillors, starting with objectors. And I believe we have Mr. Bill Constance with us. Yes. On behalf of Poole Keys Forum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. My name is Bill Constance. I am representing Poole Keys Forum, which has a neighbourhood plan for the area. This application is very similar to that dismissed by the Planning Inspectorate in July 2022. It's not so big, but it is still massive. The height, mass and scale of the building is out of context to the historic quay. It will expand the bulk of Dolphin Quays, which both BCP Council and the appellant described to the Planning Inspectorate as a dreadful mistake. The cottages and housings to the east and north of the site are of a much lower scale, generally of 2-storey. They will be dwarfed. Next slide, please. This picture shows the view from Ballard Road. The hotel building elevation is bland and uninteresting. The planning inspector considered that the site should function as a transition site from the mass of Dolphin Quays development to the smaller scale residential buildings to the east and north. The hotel block that fronts the quay imposes its mass over the 2-3-storey dwellings, and it does not create a transition from the 2-storey dwellings to the tall Dolphin Quays. Next slide, please. Historic England have stated that the site allocation is unreliable and should be lowered. Michael Gove has stated that new housing is not simply a question of numbers. 1- and 2-bedroom flats are most likely sold to purchasers who live outside the area as second or holiday homes or Airbnb investments. Poole needs family housing with 2 or 3 bedrooms. Only 6% are 3 bedrooms. That's 10 out of 179. This mix will not help to satisfy local housing needs. Next slide. The transport assessment provided by the developer confirms that the current car ownership in the area is 0.5 vehicles per home. Therefore, we can expect that the development of 179 homes will generate approximately 90 extra cars, which will need to be parked somewhere. You must consider the collateral damage resulting from the BCP zero parking policy. Where will the extra 90 cars be parked? The parking situation in adjacent roads, especially Stanley Road, is acute, as it is across the whole of the old town. The site is within the Poole Town Heritage Conservation Area, which Historic England have stated is under threat. The scheme does not comply with many national and local planning policies, including the National Planning Policy Framework, Poole Local Plan, Town Centre SBD, PQF neighbourhood plan. We need a development that will boost local pride, preserve and enhance the conservation area, and provide delight for future generations. You must decide if the Quay and Town Centre Heritage Conservation Area is worth preserving or enhancing for future generations. Please, not another Dolphin Quays. Please, not another dreadful mistake. Please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I believe we have two speakers for the applicants and supporters. They will be having to share the 5-minute time allocation between them. The proportions are to some extent up to them.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Planning Committee. My name is Peter Bovell and I represent Montague Evans, the agent for this application. I'm joined by the architect, Guy Holloway, who will explain the scheme in more detail. The proposals you've seen today have evolved following extensive discussions which have taken place with your officers since 2018. This constructive dialogue has continued both before and after the recent appeal decision, which the inspector noted was, quote, finely balanced. Following that decision, we have reflected on the comments raised by the inspector, by BCP, and by local stakeholders. As a result, we have significantly reduced the scale of these proposals to respond to the feedback received. We are aware of objections to our proposals, as you've just heard. The substance of these objections have, in our view, been carefully considered by your officers and by our design team in reducing the number of units from 228 to 179, a reduction of in excess of 20%. In short, varying proposals for this site have been made for nearly 20 years. Indeed, the first application for residential and hotel redevelopment was submitted in 2004. Throughout these 20 years, the site has been continuously allocated for redevelopment through the 2004 structure plan, the 2012 development plan, and most recently, the 2018 local plan. Indeed, the most recent local plan identifies the site as having capacity for approximately 180 residential units. This is not an arbitrary figure, but reflects 20 years of deliberations by your council officials, local residents, and ultimately a planning inspector who all inputted to this allocation. This application therefore fully accords with your up-to-date local plan. In light of the above, we urge you to resolve to grant this application.
Members, Chair, I'm the architect for the project, and we've been very fortunate to be working with your officers and stakeholders and Historic England, because it is a really sensitive site. When you have sensitive sites, you need to respond really well. And most importantly, what we've had to do is listen. We've had to listen to make the right changes to this scheme, and it's quite a difficult scheme because you've got Dolphin Quay and then you've got the houses to the east, and so how do you make that transition? How do you design a scheme that enables this to come forward and also to create something we can be proud of in terms of a new hotel, a new vibrant environment and placemaking in terms of restaurants, bars, and new placemaking in terms of the street scene. Dolphin Quays, whether you like it or don't like it, it actually does something quite clever. It's 6 stories on the front and then it's slightly higher behind. And we've kind of replicated that. So we've 6 stories on the front and then slightly higher behind. But very different to Dolphin Quays. We've gone for a wharf style vernacular in the architecture, which really all of that architectural comes from the clues of the history of the site, which was a very industrial wharf architecture. So that means that the architecture has a nod to its historical context and placemaking, but then can stand the test of time. And so we wanted to have a materiality which was brick and robust, that could reflect that wharf architecture, but also be robust in terms of its coastal location, so it can stand the test of time. The really key aspect, and where we've spent a huge amount of time, is completely redesigning the hotel. And that is a transitional design. So we go from the wharf style of architecture with the gaps between the buildings into a wharf building, which is the red brick hotel, but then it slopes off quite dramatically, going all the way down to 3 stories at the eaves. So it's really important that that sensitivity and transition works as a building. But also we see the hotel is really significant as at the end of the quay, you have the R&L lifeboat museum and a hotel, which become a destination hotel, really bookending the 2 ends of the quay and creating a destination for people to enjoy, and to enjoy the placemaking in terms of the restaurants. Historically, they've been absolutely...
Can I just interrupt you? I'm afraid you've had your 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
So can you draw it, one more sentence at the most?
In summary, Historic England have helped and supported us and supporting the application. And we want to create and realise a fabulous project for Poole, which we can all be proud of, and that will regenerate this part of the town in a historical architecture, and we hope that you'll be able to support the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Was that the longest sentence ever? So now we're going to hear from 2 of the ward councillors. We've got Councillor Mark Howell and Councillor Sue Aikenhead. They're both going to be on Teams. Looking at the screen, it looks as though Councillor Aikenhead is first. I'm not sure.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sue Aikenhead, and I am one of the ward councillors for Poole Town Ward. And I'd just like to say a few things about this application, but I would first like to say that actually some of the things that were on my list to say have already been said by the Poole Quays Forum, and a lot of what I'm going to say is really along the same lines and backing up the same thing, which I'm pleased to see, because I had talked to them beforehand and didn't realise what they were going to say. So first of all, I'd like to say that I'll talk through a few of the policies that I want to. Well, I think first of all, I'd like to say that I want to object to, or I want to urge you to refuse the application. I do understand that planning's difficult and that we need to keep to the policies. And I do understand that the developers here have tried very hard to change and compromise. But just because this is better than the previous scheme doesn't mean that it's good. So first of all, I'd like to talk about the PP6 policy, which says what should happen with this site, and I'm particularly concerned about the bit where it says we should have a response which preserves or enhances the town centre heritage conservation area, giving particular attention to the quayside location. The quay is so important to Poole. It is so important to tourism, our industry. It is in itself important to the vitality of our town centre. So it's really important that we make sure that on this site we have the best possible development, not just something that's a bit better than what we had before. And so I think there was a comment, maybe it was one that Mark Howell was saying, I think in one of his comments, that we should be holding out for something really, really good on this site because it's such an important site. The design, I really understand that sometimes you want a design to reflect the history, but I do feel that the hotel looks like a factory, and I think that yes, it reflects the industrial past of the quay, but it doesn't look like an old historical factory. It looks like a new modern factory. And I don't think that really does anything to help. I really think that we could try again for a more inspiring design, something that actually enhances the character of the local area. I don't feel that it fits in with the lifeboat station. And like the Pool Keys Forum comment, I still feel that it's very overbearing in terms of the neighbouring houses. And I know that a lot of the people who live in the neighbouring streets are very unhappy about the development because a little bit of scaling down is not enough. You need to actually have probably a whole scaled down building in order to make sure that you're in keeping with the local area. The second point I'd like to talk about is parking. I totally agree. We should be making things sustainable and we should be encouraging people to use public transport. But a one-off payment of money, because that's what we were asking for, one-off payment for vouchers, is one-off. Who's going to pay for it in the longer term? Can we commit that we are going to be providing the public transport for this number of people? And also, will the people actually have confidence that we'll do that? And so they won't bring their cars with them? Because as the Pool Keys Forum comment went, if people do bring their cars, they need to park somewhere. And there is nothing I can see in the report here that deals with the problem of where those cars are going to go and how we're going to stop the people who live in that area at the moment from being very negatively affected by those extra cars parking in their streets. So the final thing that I'd like to talk about is the unit sizes, and it's actually the benefit. What is the benefit of this scheme? So we're saying the benefits. We're saying, does the benefit outweigh the harm? Because we recognise there is harm to the conservation area. And the benefits are mainly that we will satisfy the housing need because we need to build more houses. Yes, I agree with that. And that residential units will support the vibrancy of the town. Great, wonderful. But the problem is, what we're talking about here is 36% of these flats being one bedroom. That's more percentage than was in the appeal scheme. We don't need one bedroom flats. It says in our own policy that we only need 8%. Oh, well, you could argue maybe in this development it's different, but it's not different. If we say that for every development, then we end up just having a lot of one bedroom flats when what we really need is family homes. And affordable housing. Affordable housing has been shown not to be viable. How many developments do we say that on? And why do we never get any affordable housing? This development is in a totally prime spot. It's right on the quay. These properties are going to be hugely expensive to buy. Our young people are not going to be able to afford them. And so,
sorry, Councillor Aikenhead, I'm sorry, you've exceeded your 5 minutes.
Okay, so can I just, in that case,
but a proper sentence,
one
not
sentence.
An extended paragraph.
My proper sentence is that I believe that this development will not be able to be lived in by our local people. It will be people buying them for investment, and it will not provide any vitality to the town centre when the one bedroom properties are left empty for half of the year after they have been bought by people who don't want to live in them.
Thank you. And now we hand over to the other ward councillor, Councillor Mark Howell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just waiting for a picture to go up that I've asked us to put up. and then I'll start.
Councillor Howe, can you clarify which officer? They don't seem to know about this.
Gareth Ball,
Which
he's received.
Which picture? Sorry, not which officer, which picture?
Yeah, they're in the email I sent him about 10 minutes ago. But yeah, the first picture I'd like is the before and after general picture of the frontage. And then I'd like to move on to the clarification of views picture. So I mean, that one, I think there was one from slightly above that was in the presentation, but this one will do, I think. But then on to, if we after a minute, if we could just move on to the other one, which is the clarification of views one, which is now that's the first one. That's great for the first one. That's the one I wanted. And the second one will be the clarification of views one, which we saw earlier. So I'm ready to start if you are.
Please do.
Yeah, thank you. So I wholeheartedly agree with the responses of Councillor Aikenhead and Paul Key's forum. What this is about is creating something of real quality that can enhance the existing quay, boost tourism, and make it a more pleasant place for local residents to be, and for it not to impact you know, unsatisfactorily on existing residents who live in the local area. The council's plans all agree with that principle. It is very clear from this photograph, that from this representation, that the buildings on the right hand side, they're too high, they're very blockish. I actually disagree with the English heritage view about the red brick. I think if you put large buildings in red brick, they present a kind of blockage really, and there's not enough detail in order to break it down and sympathise with the local environment. But what I'd like to move on to the next slide, because I feel that the real harm, the most harm is around the lifeboat, old lifeboat station, the cottages, and the hotel there, because we have the opportunity in this should be a gateway. It is a gateway to the quay. Lots of people walk to Beta, then walk back again, access the quay, and this is the first view of the historic quay that they will be getting, and it is horrific. The tall building is completely inappropriate. The smaller building presents a side aspect to part of the cottages. What we really need to create here is a welcoming space that brings people in, and they can start to think, oh, this looks like a nice place to be, and we got to respect the character of the existing heritage assets, the lifeboat station and the cottages. This does not do this at all. I appreciate there's been a reduction in height of one of the buildings, but that's really still a story too high in my view at this end. And crucially, the design of the building does not reflect. It does not. If you stand in front of the old lifeboat station, you won't look at that building. If you stand where we are at the moment, as you walk out, you won't think this is a gateway site. This is something that is welcoming me here, that this has been a planned area. One of our ambitions is to pedestrianise this part of the quay during quay times in the summer, as with the other ends of the quay. So this should be a place where people are spending time and walking and enjoying themselves. So the inspector actually, I hope the members have read the previous appeal report, because the inspector was very strong on protecting these issues. The officer said that the appeal report was finely balanced. I think anybody who reads even the comments from the inspector in the current report sees that that's not actually the case. The inspector was very strong on protecting the character heritage of the area. A few comments, as I am also lead member for regeneration. I don't believe this scheme will get built in its current form. I think it's in the long tradition of sites being traded on, basically people trying to get planning permission for buildings that won't get built, which artificially increase the land value and therefore make it more difficult to develop in the future. The council owns an interest in this site, and we are currently looking at how we could use that interest to promote what development on this site and improve the marina and the general quay as a scheme. It's not a challenging site in terms of remediation. It's not very costly. The 20-year point made by the applicant's representative, a bit disingenuous, because obviously it's been used as a hotel, so the hoteliers were happy to use it as a hotel for that period. It's not as if it's been dead land. And I'd just like to, there's a brief point about the loading bay, which is currently onto the area that we'd want to pedestrianise, which is obviously not a good thing. And I'd just like to finish by saying to the committee that it's their role, I believe, to hold the line in these kind of circumstances to protect the heritage of Poole. Poole's heritage is central to its future in terms of revival, regeneration, etc. And it's not good enough to just give way on where schemes don't come up to the mark. Accommodations have been made in the situation, but it's still a long way from being acceptable in my view.
Councillor Howell, I'm afraid you've got to your 5 minutes and beyond. So as I've done with everybody else, one sentence, and I mean one sentence.
Yes, I would just reiterate that it is the planning committee's decision. They have the liberty. If they look at page 92 of the report, the officer clearly states that the planning committee have the right to turn this down where there is substantial harm in this area, or even relatively low level harm. So I'd encourage the committee to read that page 96 points 28.3.5 and 28.3.6, which gives them the powers they need. Thank you.
Thank you. So now it's over to the committee. As usual, the normal procedure, the first period is for members to ask questions for clarification, for detail, for further information, so that we're all clear about what we're talking about. And when that section is finished, then we move on to the discussion. But at this stage, no discussion, please. No comments, favour or otherwise, just questions. So who wants to set the ball rolling? Thank you. Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. I have quite a lot of questions, but I'll just start with one. So looking at the issue around the sustainable travel and the vouchers, I just want some clarification, because I know that the wording of the planning obligation has been changed. Within the report, it talks about that those vouchers would be as a minimum 90-day vouchers for one mode of sustainable travel or another by choice of the new occupants. But there's nothing in the planning obligation that, as I understand it, the way it's been written, there's no detail like that in the obligation. It just says vouchers. So does that allow the vouchers to be much less concern?
Thanks for your question. It's essentially that's a summary of the planning obligations. So it would be 90 days, and that's if you want real amounts of detail, we've got Lee Smith for the head of Poole Highways online. But essentially, as he explained, those travel vouchers are for use over 90 days, where it would be one per unit. This is a fairly standard thing that we've been implementing on a lot of the recent schemes, and it would be for them to choose what they want to use it for. And obviously, we don't know what the prices are going to be in the future. So, as Lee was explaining to me day before yesterday, and then we did put in the addendum, it might be that rail tickets double in price, in which case that occupier will will, yeah, exactly understand then the value of that voucher. But I mean, in terms of giving it weight as a obligation of the scheme, and then we'd give it the same weight, because it's nothing's been lost there necessarily. And if price, you'd assume it's going up, but it's still bringing the exact same contribution, which is 90 days of sustainable travel for each for one per unit of occupiers.
Okay, thanks. So the way that the obligation is worded won't allow for that to be reduced. There will be a minimum. No, that 90 days will be the minimum.
All we're doing is taking the actual financial amount off the obligation at this stage, because we just don't know how much it would be.
Thank you.
I believe you had another question. Have another one, and then I'll move to somebody else and come back if need be.
All right, thank you. So another question I had was around the just some clarification around the financial viability assessment that was carried out. I had to look at the summary document that's in the on the planning portal. I'd just like to clarify the numbers in that report, because I don't think I fully understand them. It appears to say that the scheme is considered not viable because it will have a £2.7 million deficit even without the provision of any affordable housing. But at another point in the same document, it states that the build cost would be 83 something million, and the revenue generated would be 103 million or something. So that's my confusion. Help.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it's a difficult subject to tackle. Essentially, when you're assessing it, how we work is there's a national method of doing this. The MPPG advises on that. The EUV Plus method that anywhere I've ever worked uses, and essentially what you're doing is you're establishing the benchmark land value. So that existing use of the site. So there's no hope value in that. There's no, the landowner can't say, oh, I could put this many things on there to inflate cost or inflate their land value and things like that. So it's a truthful evaluation of the site. You then agree a premium, set again national guidance between the sort of a lower and upper advised end, depending on how viable and at risk the development is of coming forward. It's a very reasonable premium that's been attached to this, and obviously that's needed in order to give an incentive for the landowner to bring a development forward. Otherwise, if there was no profit, I guess nothing would be built. So that we're perfectly happy with that. Then you basically take that and you take the costs of the scheme. So as I put, construction, build, infrastructure, any SIL, any planning obligations payable, finance, professional fees, marketing, sales, contingency. What you're then doing is you're taking the profit and those costs, and you're taking that. Last stage. Then basically you come to like a residual land value, which is a payment. Which is the final land value where you take the gross development value. So the final value of everything, and then the submitted assessment to hotel, and works out values for those along with all the residential. So you take that gross development value, and then you take away the premium, the developer uplift, and all the costs. And then depending on what's left, if that falls above the benchmark land value, the existing use value of the site, then obviously there's some surplus there. If it falls below, then essentially you're kind of saying there's no incentive for the land to move on because it falls below that. And this is, so it's a national method that they've used, and like I say, it's a standardized method for doing it. Obviously the reports come in, we've sent that out externally for district valuation services to review, and they've come back, they made some changes. So there was a movement towards it being more viable from the changes they made, but it was still considerably off being viable. When DVS put all their sort of changes to cost as they might see it, or if there's a discrepancy here or there on certain construction costs and things, but DVS have reviewed it. So in line with how we've assessed, every one of these applications, it comes out as pretty unviable. But then and someone mentioned why we're seeing a lot of that in the comments, and a lot of that is, construction costs are going up, land values were going up, maybe not so much recently, and then obviously as planning becomes more sort of bloated for the good, but with a lot of other factors, like, you know, suddenly everything needs to have renewable energy, everything has to have a very high level of cladding and things like that, and non-flammable cladding, and there's a lot of other things. And through new planning obligations and things, we're securing more and more money in that side, which goes against it. But what we do have, which the pool local plan enables us to do, which is essentially the maximum we can ask, well, the maximum we can sort of gain on this is essentially putting an early and late stage review mechanism. So what that will do is, yeah, so, you know, but for the sake of everyone, if you know, in the future maybe construction costs change significantly, or if, you know, land values double or something like that by 2 pre-agreed points, then they'll need to rerun the whole affordable housing. We'll go out to DVS for them to scrutinise it again, as they have done now. And then if the scenarios have changed, then obviously we can secure that. But I mean, it's, yeah, the approach we've taken obviously is through our local plan, which we must abide by, and then through the national guidance. So obviously, as a desperate for affordable housing, but those review mechanisms are essentially all we can do in that regard. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much. So I think, if I understand it correctly, therefore, that the deficit that's talked about is the difference between the kind of minimum, what they would consider a minimum viable profit, and what the profit they would make on this scheme is. That's the deficit. So the scheme would be profitable, but not as profitable as is considered the minimum amount of profitable. Is that right?
Yeah, essentially, yes, yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor Carl-Brown.
I also have a couple of questions. In which case, my first question is, what is the level of profit that the building industry works at?
I think that's actually set out in the guidance, in the government guidance, and I'm going to confirm it, but I think it's about 15 to 20%. But I can look at it on the end.
No, it is 15 to 20%. I wasn't sure what your question was. So it's 15 to 20%, sorry. And essentially, things that are more deliverable and there's less risk, you go to the lower scale. So this scheme on the whole is 15.22%. So it would be difficult to reduce, really.
Thank you. I thought I had read the 20 or heard the 20% figure somewhere, but I wasn't quite sure because there were a lot of pages. So what I'm interested in is, given the obligation that we have to provide homes for the people who live in our towns, and the pressure that we know that we're under, and we have a large scheme here that has come back with not only no social housing, but not even affordable housing in it. What is actually the evidence that we're working to? Now, you just talked about the DVS, was it? Yes. But what I'm thinking about is not just working within received wisdom that seems to permeate things that we do. People all over the world, particularly all over Europe, build affordable housing in premium sites. What have we looked at to see how imaginative we could have been with this, please?
Yeah, so I mean, I've done a million. I've done a lot of these, and you know, I'm not skilled as DVS, but I can recognise rough, you know, bricks build costs and the like of these, and you know, we can estimate the value. I did review it as well. You know, it looks sound to me. And yeah, we can't forget obviously DVS are acting, you know, as an external reviewer. It's not someone that, and obviously they're reviewing essentially in our interest, right? They're the ones that are going to try and ensure that the applicant hasn't, you know, exaggerated things or not, or has got all their, you know, facts right. So the DVS review really is the review done in our interest, sort of fighting our corner, if you will. So when that comes back non-viable, it's difficult to scrutinise that. In terms of, I think I understand exactly what you're saying. I think a lot of that maybe is a wider question, because you know, we have obviously our allocated sites, or the sort of allocated urban extensions, which they are obviously built in, they're brought forward and built in a certain level of affordable housing and the like. This site is allocated, but you know, this doesn't have that. All the other sites, apart from those ones, I don't believe have that. So there's kind of no, when we're addressing it now, there's essentially nothing we can really do to change how this is being considered. I think I agree with you that we obviously need more affordable housing. You know, BCP local plans coming, and I don't know what the sort of position on expanding the potential to require more is, but it's quite realistically, if we, we essentially can't. I mean, in terms of what we're discussing today, I would advise that we can't require any affordable housing on site, nor through a financial contribution. They've demonstrated, we've reviewed it, and they've sort of ticked every box. So, yeah, I mean, outside of a change in national policy or something, I don't think there's anything.
Can I just?
Yeah, or a larger scheme, which would then improve viability likely, and then potentially would have space for more affordable housing in there. But obviously, following appeal, and even that appeal, they've tried to keep everything quite low.
Can I just interrupt? We have a legal representative from the council on board online, and he wishes to intervene at this point. So,
good morning, councillors. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jasper Line. I'm your legal advisor today. If I could just address the committee on the point that's been raised in relation to viability and how much we can look behind that, or in particular the question of what else could have been considered in this particular circumstance. Whilst I appreciate that ultimately it's of interest to members, fundamentally we're being asked to consider the specifics of the application that's in front of you today. So questions as to what could have been done unfortunately aren't matters that have any bearing on whether this application on the specifics that are in front of you today accords with policy and can be balanced in a way that means it should be granted or not granted, and obviously that's the decision that's in front of you. So I just wanted to address the committee to ask you to direct your minds fundamentally to this application, whether it accords with policy and what balance you'd like to put on it in the circumstances. And in relation to the whole viability report and what relevance it fundamentally is, what I'd suggest is it's an expert report effectively that's been provided. As Gareth has explained to you, that report and the method is a part of the National Planning Policy Framework, which you're obliged to have regard to. So fundamentally, the findings of that report are not really something that you can look behind today unless you have some kind of alternative information that could cast doubt on some of the findings in that report. But as it stands, the DVS have performed that function for the council here. They've looked at what's been provided by the applicant. They've tested it according to nationally recognised criteria and methods, and they've provided their findings on what's been provided to the council in relation to viability. So unfortunately, viability is essentially closed as an issue unless there's some kind of new information that could cast doubt on what's been provided in relation to this application. So I just wanted to address you in relation to the specifics. So what could have happened, what could not have happened. It's not really for your, unfortunately, not something to consider today. And just ask you if you could direct your minds to the specifics of this application, whether it accords with policy and whether the balance is in favour or not in favour according to your own determination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Thank you for that clarification. I saw a hand. Oh, wait a minute. Well, sorry. Yes, you've only done one.
And just to clarify, thank you. I asked what we had done, not what we could have done. So the other thing I'm interested in is the evidence behind the sustainable travel idea. So what evidence are we working to that if we don't provide any parking spaces, people won't bring their cars?
It might be best. Oh, that was exciting. It might be. Oh, there we go. You preempted me. If I can defer a question to Lee Smith, who's handling Poole Highways.
Good morning, committee. Can you hear me okay? With regards to the resident.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. With regards to residential parking, which I think is the crucial element in terms of probably the member's question, which has zero car parking provision. The council has an adopted parking standards SPD, which is adopted by the council and been through full council. And that SPD doesn't require, in this zone, a town centre sustainable location, doesn't require car parking for the residential element. So it fully accords with that council parking standards SPD, and that is an evidence-based SPD that's been through the appropriate formal process.
Thank you. Okay. We'll hold any further questions from the two councillors who've spoken so far in abeyance to come back if they've not been covered. But over to Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Probably for Lee as well. It was just with regards to the parking requirement for the hotel. And specifically, is the hotel required to provide parking or not?
Yes, the parking standard. The parking standard SPD does require hotel parking, and the scheme is compliant with that SPD in terms of car parking and cycle parking as well.
Sorry, would you be able to clarify how much parking the hotel has to provide as a minimum, whether they're providing the minimum requirement or are they providing more parking than is required by the SPD?
I believe it's in the report. From just looking at my notes here, it's 73 car parking spaces being provided for the hotel. I believe it's slightly above the SPD standard. It's providing just a few spaces more than it needs to. So it's not providing the minimum, it's providing just slightly more.
I think it might be spot on, but I can have a quick look if you want to carry on with questions, because I think it's 0.5 and it's 146 beds. But I can have a look if you want to carry on and come back to you on that.
That's fine. That's probably accurate enough. And the 2 car sharing spaces, can you just explain more about those, where how that's sort of been decided?
Yes, Councillor. It's similar to other schemes we've approved where there's a requirement when you have more than 50 residential units that a development should provide 2 car club cars. Lots of developments provide those car club spaces, can provide them on site. Those will be available for residents and the public to use. However, because this is a basement car park, they wouldn't be very visible to the wider public, and the public might not want to access the basement or feel they can access it to use a car club car. So the alternative is to provide car club bays on street, in the vicinity of the site, somewhere in the town centre or the key area, or perhaps in the residential roads at the rear. We'd look to provide 2 car club cars, securing for a minimum of 3 years. And the location of those bays would be agreed with the Highway Authority, with ourselves, to make sure they're in the appropriate locations, one to be visible to the public and accessible, but also from a safety point of view in terms of those locations.
And sorry, if I may, just on that, one more. Just in terms of 2 car sharing things, it doesn't seem very realistic. I am fully supportive that we need to move towards away from private car usage. So these residents being able to use bicycles, electric scooters, electric scooters, cargo bikes, electric cargo bikes, mobility scooters, a car if they need to, trains and buses, but it not being a private car. I'm just wondering, like 2 car sharing spaces doesn't seem very much to be realistic for this number of properties.
Well, we've worked with our company Car Plus, who provide car club cars within the conurbation already. The parking SPD requires 2 car club spaces, so in a sense, the parking standards doesn't allow us to ask for more. However, there is a reality that once those 2 car club bays are established and get used commercially, Car Plus themselves would, if there was an increased demand from their own commercial point of view, would look to probably expand the car clubs in the area anyway. So that sort of 3-year minimum allows residents, not only the residents of this scheme, but other residents in the area can use those car club cars. They get established over 3 years. Even within the 3 years, if there's a demand for more car club cars in the area, Car Plus themselves would look to approach the council and say, we want to put more car club cars in the area. And obviously, we wouldn't object to that as a council from a sustainable travel encouragement point of view. So car clubs is 2 is the parking SPD requirement. But as I said, going forward, if they're popular, Car Plus themselves commercially would expand the scheme. And we as a council as well may choose to use funding to expand the scheme in the area as well.
Sorry, could I just quickly add to that, just from a planning perspective of what Lee's saying, that obviously the Parking Standards SPD is an approved document, and within that document it says schemes over 50 provide 2. So we don't essentially have the planning power, if you will, to go above that. They are policy compliant. We can't really push back on that. But then if I could read them out, but if you go to 17.7 in the report, Then there's a list of the planning obligations and conditions that Lee's team have recommended, and there's a few other bits in there about sustainable travel. It's not just the vouchers and the car club. You know, there's money to improve the service improvements, improve the bus stop. Like as Lee referenced, it's got policy compliant again through that adopted document, cycle parking provision. So these are sort of a whole host of things, I think, sort of going towards the sort of thrust of sustainable transport.
Councillor Hitchcock.
You mentioned that there's 2 club cars, and that if there was a greater use for more of them in the 2 or 3 year period, where are you going to put the additional cars, as there's hardly any parking down there now?
Sorry, just if I jump in, just going back to what Jaspreet said, you know, we can only consider sort of what's in the description of development, what's in, you know, on the site. So I understand, and I understand what you're saying. No, of course, but you know, we're looking at 2 car club bays which are secured to be found an appropriate place. So essentially, you'd be delegating power to Lee's team in consultation with officers to find somewhere as close to the locality of the hotel as feasibly possible to provide sort of 2 well-located bays.
Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the report, obviously, is talking about the local housing need and how this would potentially address it. We heard from some objectors saying about this could be second homes or Airbnb. Is it possible to condition the usage to only being homes?
Sadly not.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question on the housing mix, obviously the local plan set a preferred mix. Again, I think this is similar to the previous refused application, and I think the inspector didn't really say much about the mix being acceptable or otherwise. Is that correct?
Yeah, it didn't overly address it, but then, as I was saying earlier, we have to remember prior to the inspector's decision was the council decision, and we didn't refuse it on the mix, which is why I've sort of dragged that reference in here. And you know, since then, there hasn't been any you know, shift in policy or additional information to really change that. So there is a sort of there is a slight increase in the number of 1 beds in a proposed scheme, but obviously a lot of that's to do with bringing down the massing to try and address those previous issues and changing a lot of the site layout. So you know, it's the very nature of it that you're going to get some of that. And I just thrown this up on screen. Also, I think it's always worth remembering that the sort of mix isn't necessarily a sort of scheme by scheme mix. It's a kind of again, I know it's the sort of planning policy across Poole, because it's the Poole local plan. So so if you see, I don't know if it's quite big enough, but if you see that I just took a cut from the relevant policy at the top left there. So if you start near the end of the second line, it says the council. I'll go from the top. As a mix of all housing types and sizes are needed in Poole, and in order to provide flexibility, other than where prescribed for some of the allocations in this plan, this allocation doesn't have a unit mix prescribed. It just says approximately 108 units. So other than those, which it isn't, the council does not prescribe a particular housing mix for the development. However, it then goes on to say it will be considered on a case-by-case basis and be dependent upon you know, the context of the site and any other issues such as viability. And then it goes on, for larger schemes, they should aim to include a type and mix of housing that considers the needs set out in the SHMA. And then you've got the details of the SHMA on the right, and then I've sort of put them under the policy compliant, maybe a slightly misleading column title there. But essentially, the applicant has had regard to that. You know, it's a very good number of 2. It's a constrained site. They have tried to maximise it. As we see, you know, the viability, obviously, as we heard, is very tight on the site. And you know, also when we look to provide 3-bedroom units, which are, you know, usually are going to be those family-sized units, we are looking quite often for units that will have access to a, you know, a ground floor garden and the more traditional sort of units. And I think the last thing I'd say as well is There's also a sort of a layout, a prescribed sort of layout of types of housing, so detached, semi-terrace, flat. And I suppose while it's not in policy, but if there is deviation to the unit mix, as you know, has been accepted on some of these more, you know, slightly denser schemes, there will be a skew towards some of the smaller units in these schemes, with obviously the 3 beds and higher in the borough being provided through the semi-detached, the detached, you know, through the urban extensions and schemes like that. But yeah, so, you know, it wasn't previously refused, and as I say, nothing's been changed, and it has got slightly worse, so by all means consider it. But I would say it's only a fairly small change worse, and I think that's more than justified through the changes they've tried to make in order to try and address the reasons of refusal that the inspector upheld.
Councillor Martin.
I just wanted to, I noticed yesterday when we were on the site visit that there are parking permits on Stanley Road, so residents have got parking permits. I just wondered how they were actually distributed, so that, you know, the new people living in the new development, would they be able to get Stanley Road parking permits or not? I just wondered.
So probably a good one for Lee Smith, if I can defer to him.
Yes, but members might note there's an informative proposed as part of the should the application be approved, informative number 1, which it's also a paraphrase, basically says that the developer applicant should advise future residents that they may be excluded from accessing on-street resident permit schemes. So it can't be a planning condition, but noting that the development is 0 parking, but some parking is allowed on the streets they're in. As you say, there are residents parking permits allowed. The council, outside the planning process, can exclude development from having access to parking permits. We have done it on some other developments. Effectively, when the development gets an address, the address can be put on the database, and our parking team would be aware that if we choose a council to do that, we can exclude those residents from accessing on-street parking permits. And the reason behind that, we've explained to residents who've applied in the past on new development, and we've declined them. We've explained because the development was approved with low parking, we've got all these sustainable travel measures, and when they purchased the flat, obviously they had an informed choice that didn't have any private parking. Can I just clarify a point with regards to that rear parking as well, which the councillors referred to? The existing parking regime, so the parking permit scheme on the rear of the site, in the evening excludes parking for general parking from 6 p.m. in the evening till 8 a.m. in the morning. So at the moment, the only people who can park on those rear streets are people with residence permits from 6 p.m. in the evening till 8 in the morning. So if we were to exclude residents with this new development from having permits from those streets, they wouldn't actually be able to park long term on those streets in the area. It's a key point when considering the impact of a lack of parking in the development is, well, where would they park? Well, there is no long-term parking available on those rear streets for these future residents if we excluded them from permits.
If I could add one very quick point to that as well, Lee, you clarify if I'm slightly mistaken, but we discussed as well, there's, in terms of the impact that there will be, there could be, the sort of prediction that there'd be 90 new vehicles obviously takes into account the surrounding area and basically takes a sort of average car ownership from that. I think was quoted by one of the councillors earlier. That's obviously looking at, you know, there's a lot of terraced semi-detached housing there. A lot of that has existing off-site parking. There's on-street parking. So I think, correct me if I'm not wrongly, but you said that would likely be quite sort of over exaggeration of what the site might actually result in, because this is a very different site and we have the sustainable planning obligations and conditions on it.
Yeah, with reference to, I think it's Pool Keys Forum produced a slide and referred to the applicant's quoting census information of 0.5 existing car ownership in the area of 0.5 per unit. So relating that to development, the Pool Keys Forum slide referred to, therefore there would be potentially 90 cars from the development. But members need to be aware that obviously that census is done on existing established homes. So many of those census responses will be from people who had parking spaces. They already had a private parking space, a driveway space, established space, whereas This is a new development, so from day one, the residents will be aware they don't have a private parking space. So, and also with all the sustainable travel measures kicking in, we've talked about the travel voucher. There's a £180,000 contribution towards Route 1 coming forward as well. So from day one, these residents will be aware of the sustainable nature of the site and that they don't have a private parking spaces, which is different than people who are surveyed as part of the census who are established residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any new, a councillor who hasn't asked a question yet? Councillor Clements.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just with reference to the question that was raised by the police regarding the zigzag footpath and antisocial behaviour, that kind of thing. Is there any consideration at all to install CCTV along that pathway?
Yes. So some of it falls outside of planning, but some of it falls within, and we've got a condition on there that the scheme will demonstrate to us that it's secured. It's been awarded a secured by design certificate, which is essentially a scheme with the police where they have to provide details on everything from window and door resilience, lock resilience, all the kind of things you think of, and obviously, yeah, the site will have a CCTV. We'll have a CCTV system within the site of some of those public spaces. Absolutely.
So can I ask a question? I haven't been very clear from the plans we've had so far of where the actual residents will enter the blocks. Are they on the front blocks? Are they from the quay or are they from the rear? Wow. And same with D and A, particularly A.
Yeah, I'll answer that. Sorry, give me 2 seconds to get the slide up. Sorry, the pains of one screen. Is that it might not be clear enough there. So I've got the blue mouse, but essentially they're all accessed from the internal areas of the site. So as I said, there's those four pedestrian waypoints into the site. So yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. So people would come in through those into the sort of internal public realm, and then if you can see the blue mouse, if I hit control, it might. Oh no, it doesn't. Do you want me to walk up and point on the map? Would that be easier? I can see that. Okay. Yeah. So there's an entrance there that then goes into ground floor and then up through a stair core next to it. There's an entrance here which has its own stair core there, and then this block here, there's an entrance in here that can go in. You essentially has a like a communal sort of walkway into the flats, and then at the rear it would be through the staircases. So I see what you mean. It's so in through this one, this access here. And then this access here, and there were a few changes that were in relation with those accesses. That's why it's confused me then, which were to address design comments where they wanted some changes to the accesses. I think reduction in some of the accesses to cycle parking. But yeah, there'd be two either side, and then obviously you've got this one comes in. You've got stairs here and a lift. This one comes in through, and then you've got some lifts there, and then obviously those ones can access the basement for cycle parking.
Thank you. You've answered my next question was, is it stairs only or are there lifts? But you said there are lifts.
Yeah, and the bike lift as well for the cycles.
Thank you. So if everybody's who hasn't spoken, if there's nobody left who wants to speak, I can't get my words together. We're back to the people who have asked questions. So we'll try and do it in the same order if I can remember. I know we started with Councillor Salmon. So have your questions been answered, or are there some still outstanding?
I have one more. Sorry, I was just going to see if I could try and answer it for myself, but you got to me first. It was about, you mentioned about the renewable energy. The policy talks about a percentage of future energy use. And then the figures that you gave, as I understood them, were about the percentage reduction in energy demand. So I didn't quite see those two figures relating to each other, unless I'm misunderstanding them, because the requirement is for the percentage of whatever the energy demand is to be met by renewable energy. So can you just clarify that for me? Thanks.
I was about to go through there's about 5, I think, energy and sustainability documents, but as my colleagues just mentioned, it is secured by planning conditions. So obviously at this stage we have sort of we've been provided with a plethora of detail, but it's obviously sort of design stage. And then what we'd always do is then have another condition, which requires as built stage to show that they've built it and everything hits the levels that we've required. So we have that condition on, which requires the 20% minimum. So that will be secured by that.
Okay, thank you.
The next one was Councillor Carl-Brown.
Yeah, I'm sorry to go on about parking, I really am, but I'm still not completely clear. So let me try from a slightly different angle. Are there hotels currently in the immediate vicinity or very nearby that have 0 parking spaces? Sorry, not hotels. Are there residential developments with 0 parking spaces? And what I'm looking for is an assurance from the very recent past, because I don't know when the SPD was adopted, of the success of the travel measures, the sustainable travel measures. What is the success evidence that we're working from that reassures us that going forwards this will succeed?
I'd say really quickly, I'll defer to Lee in a second, but just as sort of Jaspreet touched on earlier, understand again the sort of looking forward. But again, a lot of the mitigation measures are things laid out in our policy, so that's the kind of level we're able to secure. But Lee hopefully has some more information and maybe has some context of the surrounding area.
Yes, well, obviously we're not debating the parking standards SPD as an adopted document at the moment, but it's a relatively new document. SPD was approved in 2021, which is only obviously a couple of years old. So in terms of construction of new developments approved under that SPD, we have a limited amount, and obviously over time we'll be able to gather further evidence. What I can say is it has facilitated delivery of a significant number of housing units, approval of housing units that would have previously been refused permission in the past. So examples would be in the town centre, sort of residential flats above the shops in the town centres, storage areas which would have previously just been ancillary and not used by commercial units. We've had numerous schemes come forward which have approved those for residential flats. But as I said, it's relatively new SPD, and therefore, in terms of evidence gathering, that will carry on as part of any review of SPD guidance, which the council and local planning authority do over time once SPD has been established for a few years.
But just to clarify as well, sorry, is you mentioned any hotels in the vicinity without parking. This proposed hotel does have parking in line with the SPD. Oh, sorry. I was really looking for, but yeah, like you mentioned, I've had a quick look to see if I had any examples. I don't have any examples in the surrounding area.
Okay. I know Councillor Rice wants to ask another question. At least I got the impression she did.
Yeah, just can you clarify the loading, the sort of the commercial? They're just chatting. Oh, sorry, it's okay. Yeah, can you just clarify where the access will be for the lorries delivering to the commercial units in the hotel? Did you get that, or do you want me to repeat it? The loading access for the hotel, because I think that's along the front.
Apologies, every time I have to go back into everything. So this is probably the best plan for that. So the blue dots are the commercial units. Those two little red triangles in the middle, red rectangles in the middle are dedicated servicing bays, which would obviously, they can't be used as long-term parking bays. They're servicing for the commercial units, but also can be for residents if they want to drop off a sofa to their flat or whatever it may be. there's also other spaces within the site that could be used for very quick servicing. And then also, I mentioned losing that existing vehicle access onto the quay enables us to have a planning obligation for highways to establish a larger loading bay approximately within that area that's sort of in yellow and red in a rectangle down the bottom of this image, which can be used by hotel, commercial units, and potentially other commercial units on the quay if needed as well.
So I suppose I was looking for clarification about where will the main activity be going on. My understanding from the site visit yesterday would be that it would be on the front of the quay, which my concerns are about the pedestrianisation.
Main activity in terms of servicing and
yeah, like deliveries and
yeah,
or like food and
yeah. So those locations. So there'd be. I mean, there's also servicing on the quay in general, but there'd be this one loading bay, which is the one on the quay. In that red and yellow rectangle, that one there, that would be on the quay. And obviously, they can just up the level access into the commercial units, but they could also use the ones within the site as well, which would be accessed from the northeast of the site, coming in through that access and into the interior of the site.
Is there one specific for the hotel?
No, there's so essentially the hotel will be using that one on street, but then there's also an area of the hotel, because loading of the hotel would obviously take place at times of sort of low traffic. So if larger vehicles are required, there is a space within the sort of easternmost area of that internal area, near those kind of regimented 6 or 7 trees, where larger vehicles can park. And then we've got swept path analysis. They've demonstrated that.
Can you just use the mouse?
Yeah, so that makes sense. So Lee, if you want to jump in, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was along this area here where 10-meter rigids and HGVs could, if required, park up. Lee, do you want to jump in?
Yes, please. Yeah, I'd just like to clarify actually with regard to the yellow loading bay. That's something that we picked up later on. We could perhaps provide. We don't envisage that being the main loading bay for the hotel. As Gareth has just mentioned, the whole area sort of where those trees are, where the first red block parking bay within the site is, that area can provide turning and manoeuvring within the site for loading and unloading for residents, for the hotel, etc. In fact, the yellow loading bay was something later on we noticed that because we're moving the existing vehicle access, there is an opportunity there to provide an additional loading bay, principally for the 2 blue commercial units, because they don't have the rear access is sort of quite remote in terms of something loaded at the rear. So the hotel itself can deal with its own loading arrangements within the site itself. It doesn't have to use the yellow loading bay. Thank you.
Can I bring Mr. Lyle in on this one?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate one quick point. As I'm sure members will have heard many times before in committee, Section 70 of the Town and Country Planning Act is quite clear that the local planning authority must make decisions in accordance with its local plan, unless material considerations dictate otherwise. So in relation to parking, this is a policy compliant application. So I understand that the drilling into the details, definitely, something that you should be doing. But one of the takeaway points is it's actually policy compliant in that respect. Again, I just wanted to clarify that point quickly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, apologies. This is a question that's only just occurred to me looking at these blue dots. It was mentioned that the commercial units could be used potentially for restaurants or cafes. If that is the case, does the officer, I appreciate this question, might not be able to answer, and it might not be relevant to planning, but vision for riser for extract within the building, up through the building to reduce odour impact on that street scene and residential units.
Yes, and then also I believe there's one in there as well for additional details if required. If new event, new events would be required to come back from planning permission anyway. But there is a condition on there as well, I think, specifically relating to that. But there is also a venting condition. Yeah. Check.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on to debate now. We've had a lot of questions answered, which I hope has helped to clarify our thinking. So over to debate. Anyone want to start the ball rolling? As I said before, Councillor Tarling.
minutes short comfort break if possible. Is that at all possible or not?
Yes, 5 minutes.
Literally 5 minutes.
Literally 5 minutes. Because I'm intending that we have our lunch break when we finish this debate. Okay? everybody. We're all back. The live stream has started. So we can get in to discussion and debate and hopefully before too long get to the vote. So who wants to speak first? Councillor Tarling.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yeah, and much to your surprise, I'm speaking first. Just to pick up on the points I think that our officers have made to us, and our legal advice is that we're considering here the basis of obviously the policies, the guidance here, and the policies I picked up, like some have picked up here, certainly PP8, the balance of the types of homes, and certainly the feeling that I think shared with a lot of councillors here that we have a balance of homes aimed at 1 and 2 bed flats, which I think somebody made the comment about Airbnbs and use for second homes. Unfortunately, there's nothing in the current legislation that allows us to decide using that as a method of coming to our decision here. I think it's worth noting that this has gone through a planning process once before. Was rejected, and that objection was upheld by the planning inspectorate. It's worth noting that if we oppose this scheme, by virtue of the fact the amount of work that's gone into this, it won't be wrong to assume that another appeal may go in, and that the balance of decision making is likely to be similar to that's already been referenced by the planning inspector. So the balance we have to consider here is really the impact on the heritage assets, and as much as we don't like the parking arrangements or other aspects, it's not going to be pertinent to our decision making to that extent. I agree also with the viability in section 12.1.5 about the viability of affordability, and it absolutely sticks in my craw the fact that yet again we're looking at a scheme that has no affordable housing. So going back to the heritage aspect and impact on the quay, actually I think architecturally that this scheme has very well addressed the issues that were raised before. Not another Dolphin Quays, I think one of the objectors has said, and I think this is very much not another Dolphin Quays. I think it speaks quite strongly to the heritage of Poole and the frontages, as shown I think on one of the roofline images showing the sort of pitched roof, multi-pitch roofs. Massing, I think we'd all like to see it probably dropped by a story, so that the transition into the domestic houses is probably a bit more gentle, and I'd say particularly on the hotel. However, I think it has been addressed and greatly reduced. In addition, I think the frontage has been opened up by the movement of the blocks, and it will add to the treescape and the streetscape as well by creating the spaces in between. So for my part, I think that the developer or the applicant has made quite considerable moves to improve the amount of planting in the area, the amount of open space, and to address the street scene or the skyline of this development. So for my part, I'm happy to support the recommendation of the officer to grant this with the conditions proposed.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. I was looking back at the committee report from October 2021, and in particular, Historic England's comment. So initially, they had, I think, several paragraphs and quite hard hitting about the impact of a heritage, and then they came back to say, yeah, that this was back in the original refuse application. There'd been some modifications, but they were still saying they weren't fully happy with that. In the application we're looking at now, Historic England have put in some conditions and they're saying no objection. So for me, that's a major turning point, which I think we have to take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I take what Councillor Tarling said, and I think they've made an effort. I think they've made a minimal effort. I think the scale and transition is still out of keeping with the area. The hotel especially dominates that end. As we walked around the viewing points yesterday, I think it's absolutely dominant. The design of the buildings, I can see they've tried to copy some wharf warehouse type, but if you actually look along the quay, they don't look like that. They don't look like that. They're not 6 and 7 stories. They're not. If the front of it was looking more like it, then maybe, but I think it's completely out of keeping, I have to say. Obviously, I'm not really allowed to say anything about the viability, but it beggars belief that you've got 180 apartments on Poole Quay that is not viable. So for that reason, I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
I rather like the design actually, and I think it's providing much needed housing. I quite like how the wharf design, I think it does mirror the original wharf buildings, you know, the other side of the quay. And I think to some extent it reduces the negative impact that Dolphin Quays has had because of the hotel, because of the height of them. I think it reduces the impact of Dolphin Quays to some extent. I can appreciate just a floor less, but we can't make that decision. I think the other thing I noticed yesterday when I was walking around is I checked out, and it will still afford reasonable views to the surrounding smaller cottages. You know, I looked and stood in the windows as though I was going to be there, as though I was inside it, and they've still got reasonable views. The whole the development doesn't stop people's views, which is quite nice, you know. Yeah, so I would support it, I think, yeah, for that reason.
Thank you. No other comments? Right, Councillor.
I'm actually more comfortable with the change in design and the satisfaction on the heritage side of things than with the original development. In the comparison with the original development, something of a red herring in my assessment, because I'm looking at a new proposal here. If the amount that they have moved from the appeal development is such that we should accept it as acceptable, but then we have to take it on its own merits, as it were. And I think it probably, on the heritage side, could be deemed to sort of just scrape over the line. It is the sustainable development which concerns me, the sustainable aspect of the affordable housing that concerns me the most. And this idea, you know, the presumption of sustainable development. And I think the key word for me actually here is sustainable, because when I think about the housing, I'm thinking about the people that will live in those units and the housing that we need. And what I'm seeing is investment properties, not homes. And what we require is homes. And we have a clear outline of the balance of the number of bedrooms we should be building and the type of housing we should be providing. And it does not satisfy that really in any way. And so for me, that is a huge stumbling block, even though we've effectively been told that it isn't. I'm reserving just now what my actual, whether I object or support, but I think I'm wavering to object or not support.
Councillor Sidaway again.
Just want to pick up on a couple of things where people have said it you know, it is somewhat in keeping. I think the point that Councillor Howell made about this is an opportunity to do something spectacular at that end of the quay, something that really makes Poole. This doesn't do that, and that I think is the piece that's missed. Even if they have made a nod, and Councillor Carl Brown's expression of scraped over the line is really interesting use of the words. Is that the best we can do? Is scrape over the line?
Mrs. Browning.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on the housing mix bit. As you were aware, sorry, that's gone off. As you're aware, the policy was read out to you, and the housing mix is across the Borough of Poole or the Poole local plan area as a whole. The council has in some instances put a specific mix of accommodation on specific allocations, but hasn't on this one, and therefore it's going to be very difficult for you to insist upon a specific mix of accommodation on this particular development type. And I just wanted to make that clear. You have on other allocations, you haven't on this one. The policy requires a mix of accommodation across the housing needs of Poole as a whole.
Chair, if I was just going to add to that, I think also the likelihood is on these town centre urban sites, we're more likely to see that form of smaller development. We're delivering houses elsewhere within the borough. Much of that work doesn't come before this committee. So you can get a slightly false impression of what's coming forward, because it tends to be that the committee looks at the larger sites and more significant. They can be driven by the more urban areas, the more urban locations, and are more likely to feature sort of flatted units. So it's not necessarily the whole picture of what we're dealing with as a whole.
Councillor Clements. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think this is a really quite complicated and tricky site, actually, because of exactly what it is. It's Poole Quay. It has the heritage. It has the tourism. It has the town centre aspects to it, and to make it completely sensitive to the surrounding areas, I think would be almost impossible. I mean, those beautiful, quaint, historic cottages are essentially what you think about as old Poole, but old Poole is also new Poole, and change is inevitable and change is necessary as well. I like, I don't think it's overdone at all. I think it's been designed quite sensitively. I wish it wasn't red, personally, because I think being that dark red makes it stand out different to everything else. But no, I think it's been designed quite well.
Anyone else? He hasn't got his hand up. Did you want to speak?
Yeah. I did have a point with the hotel. I think it is over mass as it stands, and I think a point that we haven't mentioned, and it's not in today's planning, is what they're planning to do over the road in the marina. They're planning on another 600 moorings over there. I know it's no bearing, but it's going to have an impact. That's it.
Councillor Adam.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Overall, looking at the scheme, I have a lot of sympathy with certainly what Councillor Tarling and Councillor Clements have said. As frustrating as the parking situation is, we're stuck with it, and as frustrating as the affordable housing situation is, we are unfortunately stuck with it. And hopefully, when the project's 50% done and they do the review, we might be in a different situation. But based on their comments, I'm happy to propose that we approve, subject to the recommendations laid out in the report.
Thank you. So we now have a move. Have we got a seconder for that? Thank you.
Chair, just before we go to vote, just to confirm that includes the amendments in the addendum as well, and the addition. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Actually, before we go to the vote, I have. Oh, Councillor Rice, because I want to speak as well.
I don't mind you speaking before me, but I'd like to speak before the vote. Thank you. Yeah, so no, just looking at my notes. In terms of the parking, I support the fact that there is residential homes here without any parking. My main concern with this type of thing is related to the affordability. It's not to do with the policy particularly, but the fact that we have to provide underground parking for the hotel spaces, I assume has a significant inability of the other housing, because the car park is underneath all of the housing block, and therefore could easily have had an impact on whether that housing was now affordable or not, because we're having to provide underground parking for the hotel, which is a highly expensive form of parking. I understand that isn't relevant in terms of planning necessarily. But just in terms of, I appreciate that the housing is not got parking, and that is useful for sustainable development. I would prefer to see more emphasis on alternative forms of transport in developments in general, more emphasis on all of the other forms of transportation as opposed to just car share. But with regards to this building, I feel that it is too bulky, and that the harm that it does to the heritage area, it doesn't conserve it or improve it, I don't feel. And there is a scheme that could dramatically improve the public realm in that area, which would if we did have to have some damage to the heritage aspect, I feel there is a lot in terms of public realm improvements here that could be done, particularly because this is a key front, the frontage there, sort of going back along the quay now, where there are just sort of loads of tables with people sat out enjoying the space. There is huge opportunity there for much more capacity for public realm, and I don't feel this achieves that, to outweigh the harm that it is doing to the heritage. Thank you.
So I think what I'm going to say is to some extent going to be a bit of a summing up. I very much take the point that we've got to look at this on its merits. Yes, there was a previous application, it went to appeal, and we've got to look at the appeal judgment as well. But the question is, if we had not had any of that, would we think this was acceptable and good enough? Well, not good enough, acceptable, right. But because there's been the previous judgments, that's got to be taken into account. And clearly the architect and the developers have taken quite a few measures to address the concerns of the inspector, such as lowering that element, the element of the hotel nearest the cottages on Stanley Road and Ballard Road. A lot of us don't like the bulk, but it is policy compliant. The local plan says approximately 80, at least, well, approximately 180. We've got 179. If it had been severely reduced to 120, 150, there would be a case that it's not compliant with the local plan. The parking, a lot of us don't like, or the lack of parking, but it's compliant with the SPD. So it does fulfill what has been asked of them. Whether we like it, whether we think the right questions, right demands have been made of them, it does fulfill it. And therefore that weighs heavily with us. There are some elements of this I really like. I mean, I like the fact that it's 20% energy reduction. Most developments we have a 10, which is neither here nor there in my mind. 20 is a lot better, not good enough, but better. I like the opening up that there will be plenty of openings and more trees and things along that area. I definitely like the fact that the waste site on the corner that's been derelict for, well, as long as I can remember, I don't know how long, that is going to be brought into use, because that is not a good gateway to Poole as it stands. But there are concerns. I've got concerns about the fact of no affordable housing. We've, as so many people have said, we've had so many developments, and the high proportion of one-bed flats. But I do take the point from Mrs. Brunning that it is across Poole, and if you go up to the urban extension up at north of Bearwood, that is all virtually all family housing and all bigger properties. So the balance probably, I don't know, this would want looking at in future, balances out. So on the whole, I think I will support this, but there are concerns. But I think on balance, I will support this. Any more speakers before we go to the vote? So we have a motion seconded to accept with all the changes to the conditions and everything. So it'll be by show of hands. If you wish to support the motion to accept this planning application, will you vote now, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And if you wish to turn it down, will you vote now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And if you wish to abstain? That was 1. Right. So the vote, it is carried 6 votes for, 5 against, 1 abstention. So that is carried. Thank you, everybody. We will have our lunch break now. Please be back at 1 o'clock. So now, welcome to the afternoon session of today's planning committee. Just to point out that Councillor Rice has had to leave us, but Councillor Flagg will be partaking in the debates for the next two items. So we're still 11 councillors. And I better just mention that I said somebody had abstained. I didn't get my maths right. There was no abstention except Councillor Flagg not voting, but that's not technically an abstention because he hadn't taken part in the discussion. So the figures were right: 6 votes for, 5 votes against, but no abstention. So we move on to item 6B, which is 5 Parkstone Heights, which is a slightly unusual one, but I imagine Mrs. Brunning will explain the circumstances for us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to make it very clear, members are not able to make an actual decision on this application because the application is now subject to an appeal against non-determination. But we would like, as officers, a steer as to how members would have voted on this application had they had an opportunity to consider this application, because that allows us to have a good steer on how we would proceed with the appeal position. The application is also slightly unusual in that it was originally determined under delegated authority, but that decision was quashed in that there had been a councillor call-in, and therefore the application should have come to committee. So the judicial review has quashed the application decision-making process back to this stage, and the application is now before you due to there being a councillor call-in originally. The application has been considered afresh. It's been considered by me as the case officer, and I've had due regard to the representations made, the consultations made, the policy position, and also the previous history of the site. So it's been completely reconsidered, and we're now at the decision-making stage, although, as previously indicated, you can't actually make the decision because we're now in an appeal situation. So the proposal you have is for the erection of 3 dwellings. They're 3 4-bedroom dwellings designed as a single block in terrace form on 5 Parkstone Heights, which you can see indicated in red. The application has previously had quite a long history, together with the site at 1 Constitution Hill Road, which you can see outlined in blue, which is also owned by the applicant, and various planning applications have previously been made on both sites, both collectively and individually. What we're concerned about today is the application here at 5 Parkstone Heights, and you can see from the block plan on the right that we have a rectangular shaped building. It has a flat roof element. It has parking proposed in the front with some landscape, both hard and soft landscaping, softening it. 3 gardens to the rear, each with a building in them which would serve as an outdoor store, garden office, and a cycle store. Here you have a representation of the street scene, and this shows some of the history of the site. Members will see from the background that there has been a previous refusal of the application, both for a 3-house scheme similar to the one you've got now. But in the interim period, there has been a prior approval granted for what is now permitted as an upward extension of the existing bungalow to add a 1st floor. And what you have here is you have at the top of the slide the previously refused scheme, where you can see that there is a gable element on the right-hand end of it, shown here. The red outline is the outline of the proposed bungalow were the prior approval to be erected, which is the fallback position that you have. So there is an extant approval for an upward extension of the existing bungalow, and that is the height that would have effectively ensued were that to be enacted. At the bottom, you have the current proposal, which is designed without that gable feature. So the scheme at the bottom is, again, comparing it to what would be the prior approval, which is the red line. And as you can see, it is a simple form of development with some dormer windows, a central doorway to the middle of the terraces, and you can just make out the canopies on the sides, which would serve as the entrances to plots 1 and 3. Here you have the bungalow at number 1 at Parkstone Heights, and the detached properties at number 7 and carrying on down there. What you can't see from here is that to the rear is and I'm going to go back one, is the property at number 3 Constitution Hill Road, which is this property here, which looks directly towards the back of the site. And they do have this outbuilding, which I'm just going around with the cursor at the present time, which is within their garden area, and a side gate that leads out onto Parkstone Heights here. So we have number 1 Constitution Hill Road, sorry, number 1 Parkstone Heights, apologies, number 3 Constitution Hill Road, and this is number 5 Parkstone Heights. These are the elevations as approved for the prior approval, and I just want to again point out that this is very similar to the previously refused scheme with a gable feature on the front elevation. The top left of these is the approval of the elevation that would face Parkstone Heights. This would be a single dwelling, but obviously an upward extension of the existing bungalow with that gable feature on this, because the existing bungalow is somewhat L-shaped, already a projection forward towards Parkstone Heights. What is of particular importance is the side elevations on the northwest and the southeast, looking towards number 7 Parkstone Heights. And actually, although it says looking towards number 1 Parkstone Heights, it does look towards number 1 Parkstone Heights in the bottom right, but it also looks most directly from, well, the property at number 3 Constitution Hill Road would look more or less directly at this end gable. So that is what is currently approved and what could be erected, and this is what the impact would be from number 3 Constitution Hill Road. To the rear, the property, as approved, would just be 2-storey, although there are some proposed roof lights for some accommodation within the roof. And this is the element on the rear elevation, which is somewhat different under the current proposal. So this is what we have before us now. And as you will see from the side elevations on the right-hand side of the page, of the picture, I should say, you have very, very similar, and in fact slightly shorter, bulky side elevations, both facing towards number 3 Constitution Hill Road and number 7 Parkstone Heights. And the reason why they're slightly shorter is that the footprint of the bungalow does extend roughly to where the ground floor is, and you can just see here where I've got the cursor, that is the extent of the ground floor accommodation under the proposal. But you can see that it's been stepped back in at first floor and above levels. On the side elevations, all windows are to be obscure glazed. They serve bathrooms, en-suites and hallways, and so there would be no overlooking from those upper floors to any of those properties, because that can be conditioned. As I've said previously, it's the rear elevation that is somewhat different. We now have this flat-roofed extension at ground floor level, with the accommodation at first and second floor stepped back, so represented by this step back here. And those do have flat Juliet balconies with inward opening doors. But the roof overhang, you can see, which is shown up here, you can just see the roof overhang, means it would actually be quite difficult to see out of those windows. It's no easier to look out of those windows than it would be a standard window, even though that they are balconied. And you will see the impact of these elevations when I show you some photos of the site from the neighbouring properties. So this is a comparison of the ground floor and first floor plans of the prior approval, which is set on the left-hand side with the red outlines, and what you currently have before you as the application. The actual footprint, as previously indicated, is somewhat L-shaped for the existing bungalow, and the first floor would also be an L shape, and this is the gable end feature that you saw on those elevations at this position here. Effectively, what you've got is a squaring off of that building now, but it's actually slightly smaller at first and second floor level on the right hand side, which is a scheme before you. And as you can see, it becomes a terrace of 3 effectively townhouses. At second floor level, again, similarly, but set within the roof space, so the actual roof height is no higher than the proposal would be were it to be the prior approval, with that flat roof and hipped roof at the front and sides, flat roof, and then at the back you have these dormers, which is not shown on the prior approval. So that's the fundamental difference, is that rear elevation design. Oops, sorry. We have a small garden storeroom building. As you can see, it's got cycles and storage bins here with a garden office and room. And just whilst this is on, I'd just like to point out that there are only 2 cycle spaces shown per dwelling, but you can see that the size of these units and the size of the storage area is such that there could be 4 cycle spaces provided in storage areas for each of the dwellings, and therefore we do not believe that the concerns raised by the Highway Authority could reasonably be a reason for refusal in this instance. Maybe to some photos of the site. This is the existing bungalow on the left-hand side. You can see the gable end that already projects forward. And what you need to imagine is a first floor on top of that, which is the extent of the prior approval. You can see at the present time there's an existing garage set behind the van here, which serves number 5 Parkstone Heights. And then you have the garage associated with number 7 Parkstone Heights adjoining. That property is shown more clearly on the second picture, where you can see the bay window with the garage and then the bungalow. And just while this is on, you can just make out the dwellings to the rear or to the side and rear. Number 1 Parkstone Heights is off shot, and this is actually number 3 Constitution Hill Road. This is looking from outside the bungalow, present at Parkstone Heights. So Parkstone Heights off on the left-hand side, looking down the street. Just to point out that there are street trees right the way down on the verges. One street tree would be lost by this proposal, and it's proposed that it would be replanted somewhere within the verge outside of the application site. This area would all become the parking area. And you can see, just looking down the streets, the street elevation. There is quite a mixture of properties in here. This doesn't show the full mix of dwellings that are in the area, but there has been some modern subdivision of properties, particularly at number 12 and 12A, 12 to 14 opposite, or diagonally opposite, where there has been 2 pairs of semis replacing the existing properties there, and they have got much smaller gardens than the ones that are now proposed at number 5 Parkstone Heights. And this is just looking from the garage of number 1 Parkstone Heights along, just to show you really that there is no set building line that is running along the street in this location. This is looking back from outside number 7 back towards the Constitution Hill itself, where you can see the trees in the background. Here is a street tree that would need to be removed as a result of this proposal, and can be resited elsewhere, and that is covered by, or would be covered if we were able to condition it by a proposed condition. Just want to point out opposite there is a large rendered and grey tiled roofed property. This property and this proposal replicates the materials being used in that property there, being light coloured render and a grey tiled roof. And again, just another shot showing you the street tree and the relationship with number 5 Parkstone Heights. We're now moving into the garden of number 7, and this is looking directly towards the site. You can see the bungalow itself here and the bungalow roof, the back of the bungalow's garage, and the existing storage building that sits within the garden of number 5 Parkstone Heights. And there is absolutely no doubt that there is going to be a huge change in the outlook across the garden towards that property, irrespective of which scheme is built, be that the prior approval or be that the current proposal in front of you for the 3 dwellings. There is going to be a flank wall which extends back roughly as far as the edge of this existing shed, so the flank wall would come back to here, but the flank wall is stepped slightly back in at 1st and 2nd floor level on the current proposal by comparison to the proposal for the prior approval, where it is immediately above the existing bungalow. But there is no doubt there is going to be a change in outlook. What needs to be considered is whether or not that is going to materially affect the amenity of these properties by way of loss of light, overshadowing, and you will see from my report that I conclude that although there will be a change in aspect, I do not believe that the proposal will result in any loss of light to any existing windows, any more so than a prior approval which can be implemented. And these 2 shots are taken looking along the rear boundaries between number 1 Parkstone Heights and number 3 Constitution Hill Road, just to show, as set out in the report, that there is no private rear garden along, for number 1 Constitution Hill Road. All its amenity area is to the front and side of the property. And this is the elevation I drew attention to earlier, whereby number 3 Constitution Hill Road at the moment looks directly towards the bungalow, and this is where the new first floor would go, irrespective of which scheme is implemented, up and above the bungalow. So they are going to be looking at a flank wall. As you can see, there's an existing window that looks directly into the property at the moment, and it's this position here. Now, as you can see from the photo I've taken, where my cursor is, this is roughly the back wall of the proposal at either scheme, and it would be very, very difficult to crane your neck from any of the rear elevation windows to be able to see into these gardens. I'm not saying it would be impossible, but it would be very difficult because the flank wall would extend this far. I'm going to go back and put the layout plan in front of you again. So, as indicated, the history of this site is quite pertinent to your decision-making process. The applicant has a site adjoining. There have been a number of refusals on that site, and there is no current permission on that site. Setting that aside, you do now have an application where there is, on a site where there is a prior approval, which would result in a building of very similar dimensions to the one that you're considering today. The previous refusal was refused on a number of grounds, and it included scale, width, massing, plot size and layout, and particularly in relation to the rhythm of the plots and the pattern of development in the area. But since that refusal, you have had this prior approval granted, which adds the first floor and represents a fallback position which can be implemented at any time. There have been 11 representations made, which are set out in full in the plans, paragraph 39, but there are no consultee objections to the current proposals subject to various conditions. So looking at the assessment, obviously again this is an application whereby we're having an increase in housing numbers. These are family homes, 4-bedroom homes, and it would increase the number of dwellings on this site from 1 to 3, which represents a two dwelling increase towards our shortfall of housing against the 5-year housing land supply in the area. Similarly, there has been plot subdivision within the road, and as previously indicated on the layout plan, and I'm pointing it out now, there has been plot subdivision within Parkstone Heights between numbers 12 and 14, where you can see that the garden sizes here are very, very small, even by comparison to what is now proposed before you. So there is similar development which has previously been allowed in the area. Frontage parking, which is proposed as part of this, and you can see the 3 parking spaces proposed in tandem form effectively along the frontage, also occurs in numerous places along Parkstone Heights. So in principle, the idea of severance of this plot into more than one unit is considered acceptable against the policies of the local plan. In terms of design, you've got a number of features that have been included which are also occurring elsewhere in the road. We have these small dormer windows proposed on the front, and there are dormers elsewhere in Parkstone Heights, and even gable features which do occur elsewhere, although mainly on the front elevation, and here we do have these gables proposed on the rear elevation. What needs to be considered by the committee is whether there would be any additional harm by this proposal over and above what the fallback position would be. There is a fundamental difference in that the width of the proposal is 2 metres wider than the prior approval would be, because this incorporates the area that would have been left alone by the garage, or forming the garage, and that's in adjacent to number 7, Parkstone Heights. In my opinion, and in the report you will see that I do not consider that to be an overriding reason for refusal. There is still quite a considerable gap to the side elevation of number 7. And that gap does allow for the views through to the protected trees which are off-site and to the rear. So although it is wider, I don't believe that in itself, again, would warrant a refusal of the scheme. In terms of the bulk, as indicated, and I will go back to it, is actually not dissimilar to that which could occur as part and parcel of the prior approval notification. And as you see, there is the prior approval outlined in red. The form of the development has been designed as a single house. Sorry, I'm going back. Sorry, I want to go forward. It's been designed to look like a single house and not dissimilar to the property immediately opposite, with materials very similar to that property, with a central doorway for that middle terrace property, with the side doors for the others. So it's designed to look like a single house, although it is actually proposed as 3. In terms of physical design, which you'll see I've gone into some detail of in the report, there are some differences between this and the prior approval that has been agreed. But in my opinion, those are not such that would warrant a refusal of the application. The impact on the neighbours is inevitable, no matter which scheme happens. They are going to be looking at a flank wall on the prior approval or on this scheme. The benefits of this scheme is that we do have the ability to control, if the inspector agrees to the conditions, that obscure glazing goes into the windows on those side elevations. The rear gardens, although they're smaller than previously, obviously as a single garden, as indicated, they are not dissimilar to other garden sizes that have been allowed elsewhere. The storage facility does allow for the storage of at least 4 car parking, 4 cycle spaces, and so we do not believe that the recommendation of the Highway Authority would warrant a reason for refusal. There are no other matters that raise issues that cannot be covered by conditions, which we would recommend to the inspector in the event that the committee were minded to give us a steer that they would have allowed this proposal. Our officer recommendation is that permission should be granted for this, or should have been granted for this, had you been able to make that decision. But obviously what we're now seeking from you is a steer as to how you would wish us to pursue the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brunning. So now we move on to the public participation element, and we have an objector who wishes to speak, Amanda Gratwick.
Members of the committee, I live at 3 Constitution Hill Road, which happens to also be 3 Parkstone Heights, which borders the application site. But when I'm sat here today, I don't want you to just see me. I want you to see all the many other residents of Parkstone Heights. The vast have openly objected to this application. I am representing a street of real people, of real residents who you are elected to represent and protect. I want you to picture this, because when the applicant speaks, the only person they're representing is their client, who is not a resident of the road and has at no point interacted with the residents on the road. They are representing their client, who is trying to get the largest capacity building or buildings they can to make money, and will try any means they can to do so, even if that means leading the council down an unlawful road. As I'm sure you are now aware, this site has had 2 previous applications on it that were both concluded on the same planning policy and were both refused on the basis of PP 27 and PP 28. Namely, that the proposal, by virtue of its scale, width, massing, plot sizes and layout of development, would result in a harmfully dominant development, which would appear cramped within the street scene and result in loss of views to the trees to the rear. The proposal would fail to assemble sufficient land to preserve the rhythm of plots and prevailing pattern of development in Parkstone Heights and the wider area, contrary to PP 27 and PP 28. Since then, there has been an application for a permitted development for an additional storey on the current footprint of the existing bungalow. The permitted development application came between the refusals and this application. And whilst that application was successful, it doesn't overcome any of the points that it was refused on previously. The council, in its report, appears to have failed to take that into consideration and has approved the application seemingly on the basis of the approved permitted development for the additional storey. Whilst that enables additional height on the plot, it does not permit the additional massing, scale, width and small plot sizes or dwellings which are not in keeping with the rest of the road and surrounding area. And whilst there may have been a shift in how the council deal with such applications and schemes, there hasn't been any change in the planning policy, and it therefore follows that the decision to approve this application is inconsistent with their current planning policy, and the previous applications of a similar nature which were refused on those grounds. To say that this application is now permissible based on those same policies that haven't changed would be unlawful. Moreover, it seems the council is relying on the permitted development to enable the current application. The case officer states in their report, given that a prior approval has now been permitted, which provides for an additional storey on top of the existing bungalow footprint, a substantial new development can now take place under this permission. This statement in itself is flawed because it is hypothetical. It would skip the actual process between the current building, the additional storey, and this application. But in addition, it must be noted that the permitted development for an additional storey is to the existing bungalow, which is clearly in keeping with the road in terms of character, size and layout, massing, scaling, and so on. And it is an objective fact that a development of that nature cannot be considered to be the same as 3 townhouses, and therefore enable such a development. It astounds me that this has to be said. And then, having pinned this application on the basis of the permitted development, I need to point out that the case officer even states there can be no guarantee that this fallback position would be implemented. And yet the fallback position is the key to this application being granted. It is clear that using the permitted development scheme was a ruse to enable the current development. And if the council grant it, they would be complicit. So my question to the committee, does this council want to play a part in allowing rules and procedure to be brushed aside and set a precedence for future applications to use the same route? Or does it want to take a stand now and prove that process and policy are there for a reason and must be adhered to? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have no speakers registered from the applicant or any supporters, so we go on now to the ward councillor, Councillor Milio.
Right, thank you, Chair. So I've written quite a lot, so I'm going to have to whiz through it as best I can. I know. So this site, along with the adjoining site on Constitution Hill Road, has been the issue of contention for residents for a long time. In fact, in the last 5 years, there have been 7 applications between the sites, all refused, except for one, and that is the permitted development to add an additional storey. Despite that learning, the applicant still hasn't got it right. And what's important about those previous refusals is that it has shown exactly what is permissible through the local plan and what isn't. And this application fails to address those, despite the principle set by permitted development, those previous issues, which is why I'm here asking Planning Committee to refuse the application. So PP27(1) says development will be permitted provided that it reflects or enhances patterns of development and neighbouring buildings in terms of layout, sitting, building line, build site coverage, height and scale, bulk and massing, including that of the roof, materials, detailing, landscaping and visual impact. The previous application was refused on the grounds that it was contrary to this requirement of the local plan. More specifically, the proposal by virtue of its scale, width, massing, plot sizes and layout of developments would result in a harmfully dominant development which would appear cramped within the street scene and result in the loss of views to the trees at the rear. The principle of permitted development of an additional storey does not overcome that bulk and massing issue, much like the resident talked about in her statement. The shell of the current application is significantly wider than what was proposed under permitted development, and in contrast to the previous application, the removal of the front gable helps, but it doesn't overcome the harmful impact that this development would have in terms of the loss of the view of the trees, which are important to the street scene, and the dominance of the development of considerable scale. My second reason for asking for a refusal of the application is that it goes against policy PP28, which says residential proposals, including plot severance or plot subdivisions, will only be permitted where there is sufficient land to enable a type, scale and layout of development, including parking and amenity space, to be accommodated in a manner which preserves or enhances the residential character. To go from a modest 3-bed bungalow to 4-bedroom dwelling on a single site is ambitious, and in this case this, it's a clear example of major intensification and overdevelopment. The resultant plot sizes would be of small proportions and much smaller in size than the majority of the properties within the vicinity of the site and the wider area. As the refused application found, the proposed subdivision would significantly interrupt the characteristic pattern of plot frontage, plot size and layout, and the proposed scale, width, layout and massing of the buildings would appear out of character in relation to the consistent build form that characterises the immediate area. The principle of permitted development of an additional storey and the current plans do not address this level of intensification, nor does it overcome the requirements of PP28 that requires plot subdivision to preserve or enhance the residential character. My third reason on why this application ought to be refused, parking SPD. I'm going to keep banging on about it, but I don't know why we bother having SPDs if we're just going to cherry pick policies from different applications and apply them, or in the worst case scenario we ignore them altogether. This application contravenes two areas of the SPD. Paragraph 333 of the SPD says cycle parking should be in the most accessible location near the main entrance to the development and not located in a remote or inaccessible area. Access to cycle parking should be easier than access to car parking. The plans assume cycle storage right at the back of the properties beyond the garden, accessed by narrow paths at the sides of the development, and moreover the frontage will be totally dominated by cars up to 6, which on a plot that houses a single bungalow is a significant change. Second, the SPD in Table 10C3 on houses requires a cycle space for each bedroom of the development. In this case, it would be 12. The application assumes providing outhouses labelled as home, office, / garden room / storage meets this standard. But this is incredibly vague and sets a concerning precedent that we allow developers to disregard their obligation by providing plans with bin stores and bike stores. If we imagine the bins in the stores, then there is likely only room for 1 or 2 bikes, which means it doesn't meet the SPD and should be refused. I hope that you agree with me that this application should be refused on those 3 areas. PP27, as it doesn't address the bulk and massing issues. PP28, as there is insufficient land to accommodate the subdivision. And the parking SPD, because of the insufficient cycle access and storage. None of these should be disregarded due to the permitted development to add an additional storey. And I hope you refuse this application to help the inspector in their decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we move on to questions from members. Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Chair. I'm intrigued by the window on the first floor, front elevation. Given that my view is that these plots are all the same size, I'm not quite sure why the window on the first floor is a third smaller than the other 2 plots. So my question is whether or not at this stage building control would be involved, or whether it's something that a condition would be put on or a question asked. And the reason I'm asking this question is if plot 3 and plot 1, the window size complies to building regs, does plot 2 comply? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, it would. Sorry, it is simple as that. I mean, it's just a design feature. They've tried to keep it narrower in that particular one, just to give a different dimension to it. But it would comply with building regulations.
Could you explain what room is served by that? I haven't got to my plans quick enough.
Bedroom 4.
Yes, it's the central bedroom here, bedroom 4, and you've got the ensuite here, which would be just mechanically vented. So you've got the 4th bedroom for 3 plots. I'm not quite sure why one is labelled guest 4, but there's basically a 4th bedroom in this position here.
Thank you. I've just about found my plans now. Darling.
Wasn't a question. I was just going to answer Councillor Flagg's question as to why. I would suggest it's because of symmetry and verticality of the windows in the centre building. So you actually have a symmetrical window layout, which would be pleasing. If you had three windows, it would look slightly out of kilter.
imagine it's to kit it's a staircase window too. If it were a house, it would be a staircase. Anyway.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at section 17, so this is where it's saying about a further application was submitted for a similar design of development that was previously refused. And it's saying this application was refused for the same reason as the 2021 application. And then it goes on to say it should be noted that both these refusals related to buildings of similar height, size and bulk of development to that now proposed. But then it's mentioned about the change to the elevational treatment and the loss of gabled features. Could you just elaborate how your interpretation of massing just because of the front features have changed? Thank you.
No, the design is more about the front features. In terms of the mass, the building is clearly bigger. I'm not suggesting it isn't. The building is 2 metres wider than the prior approval application. It's similar in size and scale to the mass that was previously refused. And the design is the difference between the previous refusal. There's the refused scheme with a gable end, and there's been the prior approval actually has, there's a second refusal with a gable sort of in the centre area. So both of those schemes had design features that also warranted refusal. The bulk of the building is very similar to that has previously been refused. In my opinion, bearing in mind what has been granted elsewhere in the road and that subdivision that you've seen elsewhere, I don't think you could refuse it on that alone, particularly given the fallback position, which is that red line, as I showed there. But it is wider, and you can see that the width is no different than the refused scheme in terms of its width and the bulk, although the bulk is actually slightly not quite so far back because it's got that setback at first and second floor level. But in terms of the street scene, which is what you're looking at here on the slide, that the bulk is similar to what has previously been refused, or the width, I should say. The height is exactly the same as previously and is the same as the prior approval height would be.
I don't know if it's a question or not, actually. But oh, sorry.
I'll judge when you've done it.
Yeah, okay. Presumably, we're actually only looking at this because since the last refusal, a permitted development application was allowed. And that permitted development application seemed to have similar sizes to the ones that have been refused. And had that not been allowed, then we probably wouldn't be looking at approving this one because it's so similar to the ones that have been refused before. Is that a correct assessment of it?
Is it running?
You have to have regard to the previous approval because it's a material consideration, and that is the change since the refusal of the similar buildings. And that is a legitimate fallback position, irrespective of whether or not they ever constructed. It is a legitimate position where they could construct that, and therefore I have to have regard to that as part of the decision-making process. As I say, I've also had regard to the fact that there have been similar subdivisions elsewhere, similar plot sizes elsewhere, and as I say, you can see that scheme in that top corner there, which again is a similar subdivision, although it's a completely different design of building. This is a terrace of 3 as opposed to 2 pairs of semis. But yes, in terms of the policy position, I understand where the objector or the representation has been made. It is very similar to what has previously been refused, but we do have to consider that fallback position, and that is the legitimate material fact that we have to take into consideration.
Yeah, okay, I accept that. But at the point of the permitted development, it seems to me they didn't take into account the previous refusal that was of something of a similar size. That's really why I'm asking the question, because if the permitted development had come here, we would probably be saying, but is it not very similar to the one that's been refused? So that whole chain of events seems out of sync to me.
Yeah, if I can just explain that, a prior approval, which is what the permitted development is, allows us to consider certain factors, and we can't consider the principle of a prior approval upward extension. It was one of the new classes of development that was brought in within about the last 4 years, Class AA, which allows for a first floor on a bungalow, or indeed up to 2 floors on a block of flats. And that only allows us to consider certain factors. It doesn't allow us to consider the principle or the bulk of the building. It just says, is this acceptable? Does it meet certain criteria, like what the materials are they matching materials? are there any windows on the side elevations, etc. So those are the only things that you can actually look at when you're looking at a prior approval. It's one of these notification procedures whereby they're telling the council that they intend to do this, and the council have very limited opportunity to object to it. We can control it, and we have controlled it by certain conditions, saying there must be materials to match the existing bungalow, but you can't refuse the principle of a prior notification.
Okay, thanks for the explanation.
Could I just take up the issue that was raised by the ward councillor about the cycle storage? Not so much the amount, but the location.
Yes, they are proposed in the rear garden stores. The best plan I've got is this one again, where you've got these rear cycle stores. You've got access around the back to plots 1 and 3, and down the side, the other side to the other one at the back here. Those are perfectly of adequate size to wheel a bicycle down it, but I accept that they are in the rear garden. It's whether or not that is a matter which would allow refusal. You haven't had objection to the positions of the cycle stores in the rear garden from the highway consultee, only the fact that they would have preferred it to be 4 dedicated spaces and not 2, or that would meet the SPD. And as I've indicated in my report, the fact that there is this storage building would allow for more to be stored there, although there are only 2 dedicated spaces, the rest being identified as garden, store, home office or whatever. But you could actually provide 4 storage spaces for cycles should you wish. But there's no objection from highways on the position of the cycle stores.
Thank you. Any more questions? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so we move on to debate. Anyone like to start us off? Thank you, Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was useful for the officer just to explain the history of the rationale for refusals, but now the prior approvals. I can't remember which, I think it's section 19, where it lists the criteria, which are quite limited. And I think that's obviously where the government had introduced these permitted development, wider permitted development rights, which unfortunately took a lot of power away from the local planning authority. So looking at it, when I first looked at it, I thought it's no change to what we'd refused, and I was looking at that. But now the explanation of the prior approval, and I think anyone externally looking at it will say, well, the comparison between what's proposed and what the permitted development rights are, what is the additional harm? And obviously you've got the massing height the same, the only difference is the width, and I don't think the width, unfortunately, in the scheme of things, makes enough decision to hold back. So that's the view at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin.
Just to know that it's adding two additional homes, which I think is a good thing, and also that they are what we're needing, 3 and 4 bedroom places, which is another good point as well. Just a comment. Yeah.
Since this is in my ward, I suppose I ought to say something. I haven't had any approaches. Obviously, I've been following the history of it, but nobody has contacted me, lobbied me, or anything like that. And I'm finding it a difficult one, because when you see the design and the street, it does look, you know, it would match up. If it was one house, it would match up quite nicely, because there's a wide variety of sizes and designs and ages. We've heard about the plot severance in other locations, leading to smaller amenity spaces and gardens. I take the point about bicycle storage should be near the main entrance, but I mean, that's difficult in a lot of locations. Now, when you're building from scratch, obviously it's designed in, but even so, do you really want the bicycle shed in your front garden? Not necessarily. That I'm struggling to really get an objection that would stand up. But on the other hand, we are not. It is not going to be built as a result of what we decide today. It's just a steer for the appeal. but nonetheless, we probably ought to be very diligent about coming to the right conclusion.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm finding this one quite difficult actually, because I know this road very, very well. It's a lovely, charming little road. It really is delightful. And there's quite a mix of houses, as was said previously. There was that new development across the road of those two. I think they're semi-detached, are they? Whatever, I can't remember now. But so there is a mix down there, and I actually really like the style of this. I think it's been quite cleverly done, and I like the idea that you're getting additional homes in what would have been one home there. But I do feel actually that the mass and bulk on that plot is too much. I do think it is too big for that size of plot. If it could be scaled down a little bit, then I think that would be much more acceptable. But yeah, I think that the mass is too big for them.
Thank you, Councillor Tarley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like you, I'm pretty split on this one, but as I haven't spoken yet, I thought I might as well say something just to keep you happy. Well, no, I'd hate to disappoint you. Just to pick up on some of the points Councillor Earl made about the SPD, I don't really that the cycle stall and parking is necessarily relevant. And I'm very finely balanced on PP27, the bulk and massing, set against the addition of 2 extra homes. So yeah, I'm still pretty undecided on it. I think architecturally, yes, it's fine, it works, but the 2 meters, when you're coming up very close to the border of another property, isn't insignificant. And as we know from many other planning applications, the right to a view doesn't exist. So, you know, as much as you know, there is an impact on that, conditioning obscure glazing would be the only thing that we could do, really, to give some protection of loss of amenity to neighbouring properties. But yeah, I'm fairly split on it, on those 2 issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clements again.
Yeah, so following on, I think I would have been minded to approve this one if on condition that they would just scale it in and bring the width in a little. I think it's the width up against the neighbouring property that I find a bit unreasonable.
Unfortunately, we have to consider what's in front of us, not it would have been better if. Yeah, sorry.
I just want to ask a question about the SPD, if I may. We debated the parking SPD quite lengthily on the last one, and picking up on what Councillor Earl said about picking and choosing, as much as it may seem a very minor point, the position of the cycle store. Can we pick and choose like that? Because I might pick some parking somewhere, and I know we can't. So just interested to see why we can do that on that one.
Can I have a view from one of the officers?
Yeah, I think there's 2 things. One is that the highways officer looked at it, didn't object to it. I think the second side of it is what's the alternative. So the alternative is potentially, as the chairman's alluded to, stores on the frontage. So that's quite difficult to incorporate successfully into the street scene, because your chances are you'll end up with random individual buildings in the frontage forward of the building lines. Sometimes you can have conflicts with parking in layout in that regard as well. And also for actual occupiers, will they use it? Will they think that's more vulnerable? A parking store at the front, they may feel that's more vulnerable to theft than something in the back garden as well.
I absolutely accept that. They're all perfectly valid reasons, but then why did we put it in the SPD?
What the SPD is trying to do in sort of broad terms is give us guidance. So each application may tick some boxes, may not tick some boxes. this is the purpose of the committee, and what we're doing is balancing those aspects. So rarely will a scheme be perfect. There may be pluses and minuses. It's about doing that balancing act. So we'll do what we can. We'll look at the scheme. What's important is how the street scene works, how the building sits in the street scene, balanced up against the convenience for an occupier of how their cycle storage works. So those things will always be in the mix for us.
Thank you, Mr. Head. So I haven't yet had a motion, so a proposal would be useful.
Chair, can I just remind you that you're just voting as to how you might have made a decision had you been able to make a decision, because the decision
So is it
now
acceptable
out of your
that we just
hands.
vote straight on the officer recommendation without actually having a proposal as such? Can I do that?
No, I think you'd still have to.
Right. Well,
I think you still have to.
I think maybe I've got a proposal coming up. Councillor
Yes,
Charlie.
Madam Chair, might be digging you out of a hole here. I propose that we accept the officer's recommendation that we would propose.
So I will now put it to the vote. Those in favour of accepting the officer recommendation and therefore accepting that this development would have got our approval, hypothetically, if it had been brought to committee for actual decision, will you vote now, please?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Thank you. Those against?
1, 2, 3.
And as ward councillor, I'm going to abstain because I think that is appropriate in the circumstances. Was there anyone else abstaining? No, I don't think so. Thank you. Could you give us the figures?
Yes, so that was 7 votes in favour, 3 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And now we are ready to move on to item 6C. That one's taken for just about the hour, so I don't know how long this one's going to take. It's up to you. No, well, you can, but it's a waste of you staying if you can't fully participate. So it's up to you. I will fully accept and understand if you do decide you need to go.
Just make that clear for me.
So there's a slight pause because one of our councillors unfortunately has an appointment coming up soon and has to leave us. That's Councillor Martin is leaving. So we're on to item 6C, 9 Partridge Walk pool, and I see the case officer is already ready and waiting up on screen. So I'll hand over to Miss Birch. But she's muted.
Can you hear me now?
I can indeed.
Great. Okay, I'll just share my screen. Just bear with me 1 second. Can you see my screen okay? Sorry, can you see my screen?
Sorry, I got my mic off. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll get started. The application in front of you today is at 9 Partridge Walk in Poole, and it seeks full planning permission to demolish the existing house and erect 2 detached houses with associated access and parking. It has been called in by Councillor Dion for the reasons outlined in the report. So the broad location is to the east side of Partridge Walk off Partridge Drive, with Lilliput located to the south off the map. In terms of pattern of development within the area, the existing site is wider than most of the plots along Partridge Walk. The immediate surrounding area has evolved over recent years with numerous plot severances approved, such as that at 2, 2B and 3, 7 and 7A, and 8A and 8B to the rear. So some site photos. This is the application site when viewed from Partridge Walk. Then here's a close-up of the front elevation of the dwelling. So it's quite a traditional red brick bungalow. And here's the side of the dwelling and the southern boundary of the site. So you can see the driveway and garage, which serves 5 Partridge Drive. Then here's some plot severances within the area. Some other contemporary dwellings to the rear of the site along Partridge Walk. So these are 8A and 8B. And then another example of modernisation within the area. So this is just adjacent to the site, and it has recently received planning permission to construct another storey on top. Here's the proposed site plan. The scheme seeks to split the plot down the centre and erect 2 detached dwellings. Both the dwellings will extend across almost the entire width of the sites. However, as you can see, this is not uncommon within the surrounding area. Parking and separate accesses are proposed to the front, and both sites will benefit from rear gardens, measuring 114 square metres and 175 square metres, given the irregular plot shape at House 2. Here are the proposed floor plans. Each dwelling will provide a cinema, games room, utility room, bedroom and garage on the lower ground floor, a large open plan kitchen diner and 2 bedrooms on the upper ground floor, and a master bedroom on the first floor. All habitable rooms provide acceptable standards of outlook and natural light and are also of an acceptable size. Here are the proposed front and rear elevations. So as you can see, the proposed dwellings are of a contemporary design with modern materials and vast amounts of glazing. However, this style is common within the area. Vegetation and shrubbery will be removed to allow construction. However, it is noted this is not protected by TPO and could therefore be removed without planning permission. There's also soft landscaping shown on the site plan, which will help mitigate the loss of this. There's the side elevations. With regards to neighbouring amenity, in terms of overlooking, the windows on the rear would look towards 8A and 8B. However, separation distances of over 21 metres will ensure there is no material harm. In addition, the proposed dwellings sit at a lower level to numbers 8A and 8B, further minimising any potential overlooking. The windows on the front elevation and the north elevation of House 1 would face onto the highway and therefore not result in any overlooking. The window on the southern elevation of House 2 is marked as obscure glazing, preventing any unacceptable overlooking of numbers 5 and 7 Partridge Walk. As you can see, House 2 has been set back from the side elevation on the top floor to minimise the perceived bulk and mass when viewed from the rear windows of numbers 5 and 7 Partridge Drive. This ensures the top floor of House 2 does not sit closer to these dwellings in comparison to the existing. Whilst the lower floors will sit closer to numbers 5 and 7, this is by 1.5 metres and at a lower height than that of the existing. This, coupled with separation distances of 15 to 16 metres, will ensure the scheme does not result in unacceptable harm by way of appearing oppressive or overbearing to these dwellings. In terms of highways, sufficient vehicle and cycle parking is provided, and the Highways Authority have no objection to the scheme, subject to the attachment of conditions. In accordance with PP 37, a condition to ensure details of the measures that are to be implemented to achieve 10% of the energy needs through renewable sources is proposed. An ecological assessment and BAT report has been submitted alongside the scheme, and the Council's biodiversity officer has reviewed the reports and advised it is suitable, and all recommendations should be ensured via condition to satisfy PP 33. So to sum everything up, the proposal provides a net increase of 1 dwelling within a sustainable area, and the scheme is considered to be policy compliant. All representations received have been taken into account. However, having recognised the collective benefits of the scheme and the tilted balance approach, it is considered that the scheme would achieve the economic, environmental and social objectives of sustainable development in line with local and national planning policy. The scheme is therefore recommended for approval, subject to completion of a Section 106 to secure the required contributions towards Dorset Heathlands and Poole Harbour recreation SAMs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Birch. So we move on to the public participation. We have an objector who is with us. So, Ms. Loxley, if you could speak now when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, members, for this opportunity to address the committee. My home is 8B Partridge Walk, immediately to the rear of the application site. I'm not against the principle of this development. However, this proposal, in its current form, will result in significant adverse impacts on our amenity and of the future occupiers of the proposed houses. allow me to context Partridge Walk. This development, this is relevant as what might seem reasonable on paper needs to be seen against the context of this particular site. It is a small and enclosed cul-de-sac which has seen a lot of change. Plots subdivided and redeveloped, sometimes to the detriment of existing residents. There's much more potential for overlooking than other roads in Lilliput. This application worsens that situation. You will see from the number and tone of objections, people are fed up with the pushing of boundaries by developers, and there's a feeling that planners are giving them a free rein. There needs to be a rebalance. With regard to the application, firstly, the distances shown on the site plans are unrepresentative of the proposal and the actual situation. The points selected for measurement are definitely not the closest points. Our home is approximately 18.5 metres from the development, as opposed to the 21.5 metres stated. This may seem a small difference, but it is important in the context of the application and the relationship between our property and the development. The main outlook from our home is west, directly towards the development. Demolition of the bungalow and its replacement with 2 houses would result in a very dense construction of considerable mass on a single prominent corner plot bang in front of us. It is going to be starkly overbearing and oppressive in terms of mass and height, given the closeness to our home and that of our neighbour. Our home has significant glazing in the main rooms as it faces the development, which are currently private. Views from the existing properties within Partridge Walk towards us are from a lower level or at a significant distance. Currently, views from the existing bungalow towards our home are limited due to the presence of mature vegetation, a garage and limited windows at the back. This existing relationship is completely different to that proposed, and I would disagree with the officer's assessment in this regard. The application shows bedroom windows and a stairway leading up to the master bedroom facing our bedroom and main living areas. This is a huge invasion of privacy with inevitable overlooking issues. I feel this is really embarrassing and stressful and an unacceptable intrusion, severely preventing us from enjoying our home. Given the elevated position of our property, there will be a significant loss of privacy also to the occupiers of the new house. Yes, we will have an excellent but unwanted view of the occupants going to bed every night. The planning application shows the area of private amenity space and compares it to other gardens nearby. Whilst these garden areas may be comparable in size, the garden areas of the proposed houses won't be private. The distance between the rear boundary of the proposal and the glazing within the first and second floors of our house is 7 to 8 metres. This, combined with the elevated position of our home, would result in extensive overlooking of the entire rear gardens of the new houses. Surely, this is completely unacceptable. This will also seriously impact our enjoyment of our home, as we really don't want to feel like we are the ones overlooking. The proposal details the provision of peach trees along the eastern boundary of the site. In reality, this would offer little in the way of privacy screen and seems a vain attempt to resolve what is a completely unacceptable spatial relationship between the properties. Lastly, I am sceptical as to why finished heights are not shown on the application. There are many other heights shown, but not this. The case officer has told me to scale from the planning tool, and yet the plans clearly say not to scale. Why wouldn't you just state for clarity what the finished height is? Is it a big secret? To conclude, I'm left confused and concerned by the nature of the report and its apparent overwhelming support for the application. The report does not seem to properly consider or address the key issues that are relevant and the impacts to both our properties. There will be unacceptable overlooking between our internal living spaces and the houses, and there is not satisfactory external private amenity space for potential residents. For these reasons, the proposal would be harmful to our amenity and that of the proposed dwelling. At the very least, I would urge members to undertake a site visit so that the context, distances and changes in level between our property and the development can be properly understood and considered. Thank you for your consideration and your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Oxley. And now I call on Matt Annan, who is coming to speak on behalf of the applicant.
The planning officer has comprehensively explained the full details of the proposed scheme in our opening presentation to you. Throughout this application process, we have worked closely with officers, for which we thank them for their time and efforts in this regard. I wish to now briefly outline the main considerations why we feel planning permission should be granted today in line with the officer's recommendation. As you've just seen from the officer's presentation, the site consists of a tired and dated bungalow property which sits on a raised parcel of land which is now surrounded by plot subdivisions at numbers 2 and 3 Partridge Walk to the front of the property, and numbers 7 and 8 Partridge Walk behind, as you've just heard from that neighbour, all of which were bungalows originally and have been replaced with mostly 3-storey contemporary flat roof dwellings, as well as a replacement flat roof dwelling which now has a consented 3rd storey which is right in front of the site at number 1 Partridge Walk. As such, it is firmly considered the closest characterised by contemporary 3-storey detached dwellings, which are sat into the slope topography of the site. And the proposed new dwellings have been designed to reflect this stepped topography. Both new dwellings exceed the national minimum space standards for 4 double-bedroom family dwellings, with sufficient car parking and EV charging and cycle storage in line with the SPD, and appropriately sized, usable private rear garden spaces, as well as balconies on the southwest elevation. As your officers consider, the density and principle of the subdivision of this plot is appropriate and would be in keeping with the surrounding pattern of development, and thus would have an acceptable impact on the character and appearance of this area. Secondly, looking at the amenity, as you've seen from the submitted plans, the proposed dwellings are 3 stories from the front, but only 2 stories at the rear, because the new houses have been dug into the slope with a new lower ground floor, which is actually set below the existing ground floor level. Therefore, the total height of the proposed houses are only 1.3 metres higher than the ridgeline of the existing bungalow. Whilst you will be aware that there's no right to a sea view in planning terms, this scheme has purposely been designed to be dug into the slope so that the neighbours behind, at numbers 8A and 8A, as you've just heard from, would still have harbour views over the tops of these new houses from their top floors. It's also worth pointing out that had the applicants chosen to go down the extension and household remodel route, instead perhaps removing the existing roof form and creating a new first floor, or perhaps even the prior approval class at AA, as you've just heard, which allows the enlargement of the existing dwelling house by the construction of a whole additional storey above the existing ridgeline, then the resultant built form could well be significantly taller than what is before you today. With regards to the neighbouring amenity, all primary living spaces look out the front of the new dwellings over the road. The proposed dwellings do have 3 bedroom windows, 2 on house 2 and 1 on house 1, on the rear elevation at ground floor level. These distances from these secondary windows are in excess of 20 metres at an oblique angle, as you can see from the site plan. Given the proposed siting of the dwellings, the floor plan layouts, the lower topography and the intervening boundary screening, the scheme would not lead to any harmful overlooking or overdominance of these properties, and indeed no worse than standing on the pavement in front of the properties behind and looking. It should be noted that mutual overlooking already exists to the existing bungalow from these properties behind, and this mutual overlooking is not uncommon within a built-up urban area such as this. With regards to relationship first floor level, the first floor windows are set back further from the properties, being around 25 metres, and again do not serve primary living spaces, only staircases for circulation, and as such there will be no loss of privacy on the neighbouring properties from these windows. However, these can be conditioned to be obscure glazed if members deem this necessary. Your professional officer considers the relationship to all surrounding houses would not lead to any material harm in terms of overlooking, overbearing impact or loss of privacy. The floor plan layouts and well-considered balconies with privacy screens, together with the window arrangements, ensure that privacy is safeguarded. Thirdly, biodiversity and sustainability. The Council's ecologists have confirmed there's no objection to the proposal and are very satisfied with the biodiversity enhancements proposed, which include back tubes, 2 bee bricks, house martin cut per dwelling, and the planting of new fruit trees and new landscaping to consist of native species. Regarding energy efficiency of the new houses, not only will they meet the 10% renewables, but they would exceed these through installation of heat recovery systems to recycle and provide fresh ventilated air into the houses, and PV solar panels on the roof, providing electricity in order to create highly efficient and sustainable modern homes. Councillors, the applicants are not national developers. They're a local family firm who've been building high quality houses in the BCP area for many years. This scheme provides the opportunity to help the council meet its housing targets by delivering 2 good-sized family dwellings with outstanding architecture in a sustainable location close to shops, services and schools, whilst not detrimentally impacting on the character and appearance. I hope you agree with your officer's recommendation to grant planning permission and vote in favour of approving this proposal accordingly. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. No ward councillors have registered to speak, although of course we have got one of the ward councillors on the committee, so no doubt she will speak when she feels it's appropriate.
Chairman, just before we move on, can I just clarify something I spotted in the report, that in the proposed conditions, you'll see we go from get up to condition 12 and we drop down to number 1. But yes, it is our intention to add a condition 13 in respect of unexpected contamination. So we do want that condition added, just to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Remind us when we come to the vote.
Of course.
Thank you. So we're on to questions. Any questions? Everything straightforward? So, on to debate then. Does the ward councillor want to lead us off?
I do, thank you, Chair. I think this has actually been quite sensitively designed, particularly in terms of privacy, and I personally can't find any real objections. I would be mindful to support this application on condition that all privacy requirements are met regarding obscure glass. Oh. Obscure glass. Okay. Obscure glass for the third time. Should I just turn the microphone off? I can speak quite loudly. Oh, okay. Okay, obscure glass, privacy screens on the balconies, terraces, and also the installation of EV charging points. That's it.
Sorry, can you repeat the conditions?
What, the additional one? Yes, Mr. Hodges, could you repeat that additional condition for the democratic services?
Apologies, John. It's on the report, but it comes after number 12, so it is actually listed in the report. It just goes from 12 to number 1 again, so it's
Councillor Clements, because of the kerfuffle I was causing up here, could you possibly bear to sort of repeat yourself? Because I think a lot of us missed, certainly up here, we missed what you were saying because we were otherwise occupied. Entirely my fault, but
that's absolutely fine. I was just saying previously that I think it has been quite sensitively designed, in particularly, you know, the size, scale, and mass. For the area that it's the plot that it's built on, and I would be mindful to approve this application on the condition that obscure glass was in place in terms of ensuring privacy for everybody involved, and privacy glazing on the terraces as well, balconies, and the installation of EV chargers.
thank you. I imagine some of those requirements are already in. Surely EV chargers is for a start. What about the obscure glazing?
Yes, so condition 5 is EV charging points, Chair. 6 is obscure glazing the windows. 7 is the balcony screening, and 8 restricts the flat roof areas for use as balconies as well.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Clements? Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, apologies, I'm having trouble navigating through my laptop at the moment. Just regarding the planting at the rear of the, is there a condition regarding the mature planting at the back, which is offered as a screen, that is conditioned?
No, there's not a condition. I mean, it does form part of the approved plans, which, you know, show the trees. We can add it as an additional condition if that was felt to be necessary.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't take my microphone off there. Yeah, I think because it is quite important to the scheme and the overlooking, I would probably recommend that we add a condition in that there's an agreement made with the planning officer of landscaping and the type of trees and maturity of those trees. I'm not suggesting we need mature trees planted because that's never a good idea, but certainly
reference was made to native species and fruit trees and things, so
whatever they are.
yeah.
But yeah.
But could that be added as a condition?
Yes, that'd be perfectly acceptable to add that as a condition.
Thank you. So, Councillor Tarling.
I'm prepared to go along with the recommendation with the addition of a landscaping condition that's a standard landscaping agreement to agree is put into the recommendation that we grant application. Happy to propose that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Did she actually move it? Councillor Clemency, had you actually moved that we accept? Yes. So are you happy to accept that additional condition? Right. So we've got a mover. I presume we've now got a seconder. So sorry, I didn't have my mic on. As long as nobody else wants to say anything, we can move straight to the vote. So the motion is to accept the recommendation. Please vote now. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. That closes the official business of the meeting. If the committee could just stay behind for a couple of minutes.